questions that may come up regarding the CAP overall, or especially the recommendations that we provided this evening as supplemental material. That's Anna Yip and Emily Saul. Thank you for joining. So all that to say, yes, we've already worked with them somewhat on the CAP so far to bring it across the finish line to make it into an adoptable technical policy document for council upon adoption. We're asking if it's okay to engage them for more support to bring it to a close for council's adoption. So that is one of the questions we have before you tonight. The other question, the other consideration we'd like to offer, this CAP is a list of 5 years worth of actions and is based on the task force, their evaluation of hundreds of different potential actions. They used a criterion method of measuring effort versus impact, along with counting in community support, council support, what was written in their charter, and that is what you see before you as a result of that. It's an aspirational number of items. So we're asking council tonight if it would be appropriate to further prioritize the items within there based on certain criteria, thinking climate impact and GHG reduction, feasibility and cost, alignment with existing city goals. Some of the actions, for instance, are already a part of plans that are underway. That could be, easy pickings for what do they call it? Close fruit, easy fruit, something. Potential for community partnerships being the other criteria. And with those things in mind, as the task force goes over with you in a few minutes, the various sectors, would it be good to put those into 3 tiers? One being items that are immediate actions, items that provide the greatest GHG reduction, align with its existing city priorities, can be implemented with existing or secured funding. These actions would be highly feasible and have strong potential for measurable progress in the near term, would be tier 1. Then tier 2 would be medium-term actions, those that do have also strong GHG reduction potential but may require new resources, partnerships, or additional funding before implementation. These also have strong potential but will require a little bit more time or effort to get across the finish line. And then lastly, tier 3, which would be long-term or complex actions, those that require policy changes, new ordinances, major investments, regional coordination with agencies that are outside of the city's control but may need long-term relationships. And those can be considered as future opportunities when resources and conditions allow. So that short report, I want to leave plenty of time for you to discuss with the task force. We have 2 questions for you. Can we continue with a consultant? And does further prioritization of the actions seem appropriate to council? And if so, does the 3-tier framework work for council? Thank you, and please enjoy.
Thank you so much. All right. How would you like to proceed with the individual sections?
Yeah, if you are ready, we could bring those slides back up and we could just start with the first one, which is emissions reduction and energy. As you have questions, you will see various task force members will answer, because I am not the chair of each subcommittee, so the subcommittee chair will be the one.
Can I ask you something really quick? So you gave us this, and I think what I'm doing right now is looking at this and looking at this, and I think that I should look at this later, like.
That is.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Because I mean, it's just what's in here, but it's all.
There's just, there's some recommendations, to maybe strengthen something. One example I can, jumping ahead a little bit, is that if we want to hit the EV goals that we have, we should actually have more chargers.
Yeah.
So some edits to some of these numbers.
Okay, good.
So if you want to just focus on what's in front of you, that would work.
And probably will need a bigger copy.
Of this one.
Speaking
of this,
for myself, anyway. A larger format, because this type. It's very small.
Could I ask a question before we delve in? You talked a little bit about reviewing the past climate action plan and our targets, and I read that I think we were close to meeting it, but mostly it was because of Peninsula Clean Energy, right, and the switch to more sustainable energy sources. Are there some things that the city did do that were also helpful, and maybe you can identify some of those, and are they complete, or are those ongoing?
Yeah, that is
efforts?
a great question. Let me just pull up that reference. So that is one of the sections is going through kind of all of the 2014 plan and the results. So that starts on PDF page 7 of our draft plan. As you mentioned, it was the switch to PCE that made the biggest impact, but the city did also, the one I'm thinking of, is around the, some of the energy efficiency measures that were taken into account with the new Civic Center building had an impact.
It looks like on 7 and 8, there's that whole list.
There's a whole list.
Right,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. There's also some lighting
The REACH
upgrades
codes
that happen
that we
at city
adopted.
facilities.
Twice?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So we'll study that further, and then if there's any that you want to highlight as you go along, whoever's presenting, please, we like to hear about that we're doing things in the right direction. Okay. So we'll start with emissions reduction and energy. Yes? Is that correct? Am I on track?
That is correct.
I'm sorry, I missed. Is this a presentation of these actions? Okay, great. I was still looking at the changes from 2014 to now, because it talked about REACH codes.
Right.
Yeah, so one of the, I won't go through every single one of these, but one of the actions that can be taken very easily, I think, is to work with Peninsula Clean Energy to go for 100% participation in the Eco 100 program. Right now, there is an option for customers to opt out, which is their prerogative to opt out. And I think that the current rate of participation with Peninsula Clean Energy is close to 98%, but let's go to 100%. We believe that assisting residents in home electrification is really, really important. And this would also be a closer partnership with Peninsula Clean Energy to alert residents to all of the programs that they have. They are implementing a new program starting this spring, several different levels, one of which is almost hand-holding. If someone wants to electrify their whole house, contact Peninsula Clean Energy and they can help through all of the steps. Not only the steps of finding the contractors and the appropriate appliances, but also all of the rebates that are available, not only through PCE, but through state rebates, federal tax incentives, et cetera. In the implementation section, there's a mention of establishing a website on the City of Pacifica for all sorts of resources that residents could have. We think that that would be really, really important. Let me see. I do want to mention E15 and E16, again about REACH codes here. Without going into a great deal of detail with the lawsuit, the Berkeley lawsuit in 2023, we believe that Pacifica should still do its best to electrify our buildings, residential and commercial here. And I just want to mention the big thing about building electrification is our use of gas, natural gas in our heating systems, heating water. According to Bay Area Air District, gas appliances in the Bay Area contribute more to smog than cars and trucks. And so this is an air quality issue, and this is because of the emissions of nitrogen oxide. Here in Pacifica, buildings are responsible for over 40% of greenhouse gas emissions. And the majority of that, of course, is coming from methane gas, natural gas that we use in our homes and our buildings. So methane, it turns out, is almost 30 times as powerful as carbon dioxide in trapping heat in the atmosphere in the short term. People are very familiar with carbon dioxide. We talk about carbon footprint. And it's because carbon stays in the atmosphere for between 300,000 years. Methane's only in the atmosphere for 12 years, but methane is 30 times as potent a greenhouse gas contributor. So it's really important in the short term that we get a handle on that. With the REACH codes, we could perhaps talk to So I just want to bring those to the forefront. Methane gas is an air quality issue and a climate change issue, and so it's not easy, but we need to get a handle on those.
Margot, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So E15, 6, and 7, I'll talk about this later, but is it possible to combine them?
Well,
Do they have to be done one at a time?
Possibly. The E16 is about new construction, so new buildings, and then the E17 would be about people retrofitting their houses or.
Yeah.
So possibly.
Thank you.
Yeah. I don't know the answer to that.
Oh, no, that's okay. I'm just, yeah, thank you.
And just on the notation, if the writing subcommittee, because I failed to mention this, with the actions, please correct me, the G is something that's already in Pacifica's general plan, right? And then there's some other, well, there were two others.
There's the locations, general plan, specific plan, and
Local coastal plan.
Local coastal land use plan? That's the trifecta right there.
Yeah.
Maybe.
There's a key in here someplace, yeah.
So we'll make sure the key is clear in the
Yeah.
the final, so that you, but I just wanted to point that out. I think it's important to
So
know.
when we see G, that's general plan.
Correct.
Okay, and then real quick, Margot, E15, it covers new construction and retrofit or remodeling, and E16 is about new, am I right? Yeah, and E17 is existing. So how does E15 relate to new and existing?
Oh, I see. So E15 is separate. That has to do with construction materials. So.
Right.
Yeah. So that's a different thing.
But construction materials for new construction or retrofit or both?
We have not, for new construction, but certainly we could consider retrofit, for sure.
Okay,
Yes.
I'll just put a question mark there. Thank you.
Yeah. In terms of the other things, E18, we would love to see something like this, a zero waste policy for municipal operations, meaning let's get, policies on the books that prevent, more trash going to landfill than it needs to. We need, more compost, more recycling, less trash. The rest of the committee, do you have any other items? Sorry, yes.
Could I ask a quick question about E17, about the existing structures? I have a particular concern about fixed income seniors and heat pumps, for example, particularly where that may trigger a service upgrade in addition to changing the heat pump. Typical heat pump's about $20,000. A service upgrade is also another five-figure hit. And to some of the seniors on fixed incomes in our community, that may be a challenge. How do you address handling that challenge?
With programs from Peninsula Clean Energy, they have income qualified programs. Depending on your income level, they will electrify your whole entire home for no cost. They also have a program for zero interest loans. Again, there's all kinds of other rebates. It's true that some of these retrofits are expensive, but you know, we need to start somewhere. And there is also the high potential of additional funding coming from other sources besides Peninsula Clean Energy.
And are you of the belief that if we do that, and then in 2035, when we have all electric cars hitting, that we have the current infrastructure from a distribution perspective to handle this load?
According to Peninsula Clean Energy, yes, the rate at that adoption, they'll be able to match the grid with the electrification needed. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
I have a few questions too, but little
May I
question
just
here.
add a comment to, in addition to Mario's response to Councilmember Wright's question, please? I'd just like to also bring your attention, and we will get to this, but to also answer your question, the recommendation in hiring a sustainability coordinator and having an environmental commission would be to create and maintain a website that provides resources for home efficiency and electrification regarding, programs offered by Peninsula Clean Energy and other resources. So our task force is recommending that a website be created and maintained to be a resource hub for information for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just to follow up on the letter, the indicators, because we are the CAP, we went beyond just the 3. So we have G is Pacifica's general plan, L is the local coastal land use plan, H is the housing element. We also have S for the Sharp Park specific plan, and B for the bicycle and pedestrian plan.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I have a question, like, how much is it gonna cost, like, if you change for electrification? Do you think the cost of electricity will go up, or it's gonna be similar to what people are paying for gas?
You know, electricity prices have been going up. Gas prices have also been going up. We put in a heat pump water heater in our home 2.5 years ago. We have not seen a noticeable change. I would like to say that our utility bills have gone down. We have not seen a noticeable change in our utility bills. However, I can say during the summer months, our gas usage from our home has dropped by 80% based on what we were doing before, just from switching our water heating to gas. So the answer to that's a tough question to answer about utility bills, because both electricity prices and gas prices are changing all the time.
And I'm thinking we're going to keep track of these questions probably in some fashion and look to perhaps presentations from PCE
Yes.
and other opportunities to revisit these questions. So we
Yes.
get them on the record, and then we figure out what's the right opportunity to address them.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. You said you had
Yeah,
some.
I have a few questions.
Quick.
So, well, just as a basic, I'm having a little trouble with the long, medium, short, because some of them, like E13, seems like something easy to get started on, right? I mean, so maybe long is because you have a certain goal that you're trying to reach, where, so just trying to understand that as if we're looking, for prioritization. And about those 3 reach codes, my understanding is the E16 is super easy because, other cities have been doing this, and there are draft codes from Peninsula Clean Energy, so it's not a big staff lift or legal lift, right, to insert that, but the others, I haven't seen as much, like the low-carb construction or
Right.
existing buildings, right? Those are a little more squishy and difficult, it seems to me.
Well, that's where we've got our relationships with other, community members and that are doing this kind of work, and RICAPs, and also think like Bay Area Reach Codes, which has partnered with Peninsula Clean Energy and also Silicon Valley Clean Energy. They have model reach codes on some of this as well.
Okay.
And it's one reason why you see the construction one's a long time frame, because it is squishy and going to be harder to do, whereas the other ones are short time frame.
Okay.
All the time frame items really are sort of the best, what we see as best practices, what we've looked at a lot of other cities' caps, and some of the long-term ones, we would recommend starting today, but it will take a long time
Yeah.
to get it in place.
Well, I do think that, I think it'd be great to do reach codes for existing buildings, but I know that's going to be more controversial, right, and just in terms of it coming before us.
Yeah.
And then on E12, could you explain, there's a zoning change requirement for, on where heat pumps can be placed? I wasn't aware that we have a problem with our zoning code.
This comes from the Ideas Bank of Sustainable San Mateo County. Apparently, there's been problems with people installing various types of heat pumps because of the placement that they need to go outside within a certain distance of the neighbor's fence, inside with, of course, appropriate space around it. And so there's just a question. We would like to wonder if this is an area that could allow for easier permitting.
Okay, so we don't know that it's necessarily an issue here in our
Correct,
codes, but
correct.
it's a good thing to check. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
So it's an investigate for us.
Right.
Yeah, and I do love the wonder too, because I think this whole document, which is beautiful, by the way, it has a 5-year time frame, but I actually think it's like a 10-year.
Yeah.
And so, because there's so many policies in it, and so it's squishy, but it can.
Yeah, I think one of the things, so there's two different things that we as a task force really approached thinking-wise, and, Elizabeth tried to frame it a little bit as far as, what's feasible or not. We did our best at doing that. Ultimately, we would envision the Environmental Commission working with the city staff to really figure out what's commercially feasible, what's technologically feasible, what's operationally feasible, rather than us to just spend too much time as a task force, as a think tank trying to come up with that. So it was more, what are the best ideas that are cultivated for Pacifica, and then from there they can launch and kind of figure that out. And to your point, and we talked about it in the implementation section, yes, it's 2030. The goal is at 2030, not necessarily to rewrite a whole new cap, but just to do an update and to keep refreshing it. And so we create a framework that's a lighter lift for the city to keep maintain going forward. But they are going to go past 2030.
Yeah, great. One thing I'd like to see added is really encouraging people to do deep remodels. When you open up a wall, like put in new insulation, think about replacing your windows, because it's not just about the electricity use, but it's about reducing your demand, right, by building better. And then that will save money on your electric and gas bills and so forth, too.
Okay, how are we doing on our 10 minutes?
Yeah.
For this item?
We're doing bad on that.
Yeah,
Isn't
we're
it
we're doing bad on
A
that.
10 to 15, but we're definitely not the 15. So if there are no last comments, it would be worth moving to the next section.
Okay.
And is this all the way through E3 that you're taking us through now?
We will move to the.
To a different colored.
Yes,
T.
to the
We're going to
transportation
T,
and land
lady,
use.
the orange.
E3, I have a question on too.
E3, enact daily monitoring of methane, blah, blah, blah.
I
Oh,
was
E3,
actually
okay. The wastewater treatment question?
going more towards the gray water thing.
Okay.
And I know that we have an extensive purple pipe system in town. I know there are restrictions on that. I was wondering what the task force thought about plumbing, landscaping for buildings to set up so that it could be an easy connect in the event that Purple Pipe was ever in front of their property, for example. Have that be like the
Yeah.
last tie-in before the meter for toilets and irrigation, for example.
And just working with the water district, because they're very forward-thinking, right, so we have some coordination there.
I think it would be a good suggestion, I think it would be a good thing to add in, to put that in for consideration, because we do dump a lot of wastewater into the ocean.
Yeah.
And could better utilize that, so.
Can you, actually, there was, one data point that you gave us, that the wastewater treatment plant used so much more energy than they did previously. What, do we know why?
I think part of that might have been because of the UV light system they put in.
And I'm sure we can ask our wastewater treatment, not this minute, but at a future point in time to answer that question. Thank you, Louis.
I was just surprised that was a huge jump, right? So I want to talk to you, Louis, yeah.
Yes, we'll put that on the list. So are we saying, are we going to put a little star here about recycled water too? Because that's a different
Yeah.
kind of thing than wastewater per se, right?
And you've got education things. There's also,
Water goal.
without the whole Purple Pipe, people can do laundry to landscape even without
Yes.
permits. And so just adding that as an educational.
Laundry to landscape. Okay,
Next color.
Transportation.
laundry to landscape. Okay, transportation and land use.
All right, for transportation and land use, oh yeah, let me get this over here. We had kind of 3 or 4 basic goals that we're working on, major goals. The first is reduce driving trips by 2030, by 32%. And that's a combination of reducing trips, encouraging biking and walking, and maybe encouraging carpooling, for certain types of trips. And then the second goal was to reduce greenhouse gases through land use changes. So this would be doing things like encouraging infill development instead of, spreading out more than what we have. And maybe denser development, especially near transit hubs, so that if you're living in one of those units, you can maybe walk to the bus station and get a ride to BART.
Yeah, then people actually take the bus, if they live by it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes it easier. And then also doing things like putting more bike parking near transit hubs, et cetera. And so that people can bike to the transit hub and still get a ride. So that would be kind of the types of things to reduce the amount of driving. And we've recommended also a transportation demand management plan. That's in actually the T1 section. But that's just something to have a plan that thinks through all the possible things you might be able to do to, improve your transportation, reduce the number of trips, things like that. And then getting to the, and I'll mention, since there was a comment about cost, we've tried to, we encourage housing solutions that will be more available to low-income people, people that aren't quite as, well off, if you say, or if you want to say, seniors maybe. And so that would be something else to focus on when we're trying to address climate issues. And now the third one is related to putting more EV charging stations in. These last two are related to electric vehicles primarily. But if you have a lot of electric vehicles, you're going to need charging stations. Some people don't have easy access at their home. If you own a home, you can put a charging station in, but if you're in an apartment, not so easy, So the idea is to try to encourage more of those charging stations. And some new information has come up. Look at item T 3.3. We had made an estimate, or, and in this case, it was mostly me, that, 125 EV charging stations by 2030 would be a good thing, and then 500 by 2045. But we've got new information from Rincon that may be an underestimate of what we probably actually do need. So that's something that's probably going to get increased. And right now, Brincon is saying 900 by 2035 and 1,800 by 2045 to accommodate, because by 2045, our goal is to have mostly, if not all, electric vehicles. And so we're going to need more chargers. But that's something we can research more just to make sure, but that's what they're recommending right now.
Carl, you said 900 by 2030 and 1,800 by 2045?
900 by 2035, I think it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. It
Got
might be helpful to break that out between, private development and
Okay,
public.
yeah, we can do that.
And I'm not sure what our codes can currently require for new construction, but, that number might want to be revisited.
Yeah.
just
I mean,
tying
one of the
into it.
breakouts we've already looked into to some extent is, we've estimated the city by 20, I think, is it 30? Would need 25 EV charging stations for city vehicles. And if the city goes all electric, it might be more than that. I don't know exactly how much, but that's just the city chargers, yeah.
Right, okay.
Yes.
I had a couple of questions. One, I heard a lot of mention about bike storage, bike parking, and charging stations. I didn't hear word one about bike charging stations. And there is a lot of electric bikes out there, particularly in this community. And if somebody is riding their electric bike to use it, it would be nice if when they parked it, they could top off, so to speak.
Yeah, that's
Just-
something
just
we
a
should
thought for
maybe look at
something-
more directly. I think it's been discussed in general, but I don't think we put a specific, like, so many bike chargers or something.
And that could be covered by like a CCAG, OBAG funding through bike and pedestrian. So, yeah, there's definitely connections there that can be made for the funding that'll be available in the future.
Yeah, and then,
Yeah, but that's a good point. I agree with that point, yeah.
and then other things, like connection between the Coastal Trail and like 35 and Skyline College, connecting the bike trails there in a safer manner than driving on Sharp Park Road, for example.
And that'll
Might
be
be-
covered more in the T1 goal. There's things to encourage, bike paths and getting people out of the cars into things like bikes or walking, potentially in some cases, so that you don't have as many car trips, that way.
And I know at Civic Center, we're putting in a carport and some charging stations there, but are we doing the same thing for wherever we park our trucks and such?
You mean the city now you're
Yeah.
talking
Not
about?
yet.
I believe so, yeah. They've already installed, I think, 16, or
Not.
plan to install 16
Plan to
chargers.
install, yeah.
And they are putting in different, like the city center is one. They've got some, I think, at the utility yard, the public works yard. I think there might be some at the sewage treatment plant too. And of course, there are some right here, in the new city center, the Pacifica City Hall and that kind of stuff. So there are plans like that. Now, it may be not quite enough. Some of them, I guess, will be open to the public for part of the time, but those are mostly intended to be for city vehicles.
Okay, and one other thing, I know a lot of my trips, my car trips involve driving all my sales tax dollars over the hill where there's more choice. I particularly was encouraged by how much I saw the word mixed-use development throughout this whole plan. And I really appreciated that because I think from a planning perspective, that will offer us more choice. And that will also help us to cut down on at least the length of our trips, as well as keeping the sales tax dollars in
Yeah,
town.
and one of the
as well.
goals in the T1 section, let's see, I think was to talk about, where was
I
that?
saw it in
Oh, to talk about
T2.1.
encouraging Caltrain, or, what is the bus?
T1C.
Sam
To encourage
Trans?
more bus routes.
Samtrans?
Samtrans and other people to encourage more bus routes, like going along Highway 1 from Lindemar up to BART, so that people have a better option. They don't have to wait an hour maybe for a bus that goes up to BART. And hopefully if we can start using more, that will help them justify, I guess, the expense of putting in more routes, or at least more frequent routes. So that's definitely one of the things we want to encourage is getting more options for public transit.
Yeah, and that's another example, right, of a long-term plan, because working with Samtrans is a whole nother story, and increasing ridership. So I think all of these strategies lead to that. And so it'll be interesting to see what happens in the future as far as ridership. It's really
because,
important.
I mean, obviously, if we get more dense development, like more multi-unit places, that'll be more riders, potentially. And if they get more riders, then they can say, yeah, we can justify putting more routes into Pacifica.
Great work.
Yeah. I don't know how full the buses are with
Not very.
Pacifica right now.
Yeah, that's part of the problem. It's the education and,
Almost empty.
Almost empty, really? Okay.
Yeah, and it's been an ongoing conversation and just needs to have more emphasis. Couple tiny edits. When I heard you present, Carl, you were saying to reduce driving trips by 32% by 2030, which it says on packet page 28, report page 18 at the very top. However, in the summary goal on the previous page, it still says 25%.
Yeah,
So
I've made a note of that
we want to make a little edit there.
to get
And then
that synchronized, because that's
Right?
basically
I
just
figured
a
you had more
slip-up.
conversation after you wrote that goal. And then T2 at the very bottom of packet page 28, I think we really should, from what I'm hearing, I think we should add S to the G and the H. In terms of the land use changes, I know that certainly the Sharp Park specific plan addresses a lot of the kind of density that you were talking about.
Oh,
I mean,
see,
other
yeah.
places,
Okay,
in town
yeah.
too, but I know that
Which one
we had
is
a
that?
lot of talks about
Sharp
that.
Park, yeah. Right. Yeah, and another thing I noticed too was, I think it would be a good thing to take all these abbreviations like G, H, S, whatever, and put them in the abbreviation section
Yeah.
at
that's great to have a reference.
the end of the
yeah.
document, so you don't have to look them up.
Yeah.
You'll know where to go to look up what they actually mean. If you use it enough, you'll remember, but.
I wanted to talk a little bit about the T 1.1 and the Transportation Demand Management Plan. I'm super excited to see this in here, and this is something that I think we could really use because we really do have issues with traffic and evacuation, and that really ties into our general plan and other plans also. So those references aren't in here, but our general plan EIR and housing element EIR, I mean, we already talk about the traffic issues being really bad, especially in the middle of town, right? And until we have that plan, we can't start looking at solutions, and we can't start applying for grants for projects. And so I think that's super important. And I mean, you've got it starting in 2025. So, that's something that we might need to talk about on Saturday at goal setting. The other thing that I think ties into that too is also, because I served on commute.org the last 2 years, and just the idea of a shuttle program, and so there's possible county funding for that, but we have to prove that there's enough demand here. And without having any study, I don't know, but in my own head, it seems like we could really use a shuttle from like the middle of town to the Millbrae, BART, and train station that stops at Skyline College, because we lost our bus route to Skyline too. Right now, you have to go all the way to Daly City and then come back. So like just, figuring out, what our needs are, what people would use, and I think could all be part of that transportation
Yeah,
demand
I think
management
a lot of
plan.
those things have been discussed. Do you have more to add on that, Rick, maybe?
Well, I have, basically, Pacifica, just for my personal experience, to get to BART from here, for me, has taken between 39 and 45 minutes, and it's five and a half miles away. So we've had a lot of surveys. I think half the people in our, the initial survey we did with the, I forgot what the consultant was, said, transportation and getting to BART is an issue. Absolutely, you have to have a plan in order to get funding. That's told to me by the director of the person who actually runs the shuttle grant program for San Mateo County. Ray Mueller said that to me. You need to have a plan, and in your plan, You need to have shovel-ready, it needs to be shovel-ready, basically. You need to know how much it's going to cost. So you have to work with those organizations directly. And what needs to be in a plan are things that the Pacificans want, right? Also, state law mitigates things. If we had a transit stop that was high quality, and there's a definition for that, it incentivizes developers. So it mitigates some CEQA requirements for developers. So it is important to have a plan. Doing those, I'll call them shovel-ready items, is not easy.
No.
But once you have them, you're set up, you're kind of empowered to say, hey, we need this money. And you can have a Ray Mueller or a congressman or a state senator go after the money for you.
And it's important for greenhouse gas emissions, but it's also important, I mean, just for all this new housing that we're going to be building, right? Because, I mean, the impacts could be horrendous. And it impacts our tourist revenue, too, like on weekends, sunny weekends, when people just can't even get to Lindemar.
And I hear shovel-ready, shovel-ready all the time, especially in our bike and pedestrian advisory. They're always talking about shovel-ready projects. So it's important.
Yeah, and they're also
Christine, did you have
talking
more?
about-
Nope,
Oh,
that's all.
go ahead.
Anybody, any others on this topic before we turn to the blue page, which would be food and consumption?
All right, so for food and consumption, I think this talks to some of what Councilmember Wright was talking about, right, with keeping the dollars in Pacifica, right? So it's really looking at the impact that people's food choices make, the consumption. We have gotten so used to just clicking a button and having something show up at our doorstep. But what are the greenhouse gas impacts of that? What are the impacts to our local economy of that? So that's what the goals and actions in this section are really addressing. So, how can we consume less? So there's a big education component to this one. And then when we do need to buy things, how can we try to increase that spending to be within the city of Pacifica?
Kimberly Finale, Climate Action and Adaptation Plan Task Force, also a member of the Food and Consumption Subcommittee. There are multiple opportunities for community outreach and education in this area, and a sustainability coordinator would have a blast organizing a bulletin board and, some flyers and engaging with the community to give them ideas on ways that they can waste less, proper composting, buying in bulk, making an effort to make your purchases for items that are not in plastic, but maybe in glass, or maybe, again, in bulk. And there are countless ways to just put ideas out into the community, so people are just thinking about it, and then when they are going about their daily routines, the seed has been planted. And it comes organically, looking for better ways to be a more responsible consumer. And so I could go on and on. There's a huge educational opportunity here that's pretty exciting. Thanks.
Well, just reading about urban ore, is that how you say it?
Yeah. Urban ore.
I was like, pew, like, had no idea. So thank you for putting that in there, because I spent a lot of time reading over that and trying to figure out who I could talk to and what that meant and how you can partner with Recology. Like, there was a lot there, so thank you for that.
Urban Ore is a great place.
I was like, what?
I've bought stuff there before. It's really fun. I would suggest adding, I have a friend who volunteers for appliance and bike repair stuff too, right? So, not just reuse, but also if there are. I kept thinking before with our seniors, we have a lot of active seniors, and we were talking about seniors helping seniors fixing things, but it could be a community-wide thing too, if we found interested people, and maybe a space in the library once a month that people could bring something and some techie people could come and help out.
They actually have a program like that already.
They do?
That they're bringing to the libraries, yes.
Oh, okay, well, there you
Yeah,
go.
yeah, it just started this year.
Huh?
Yeah.
And I do believe there is a component in the draft that discusses just that, Councilmember Ball.
And so it would belong in this section in terms of consumption, not just of food, right? Consumption of everything.
Of all products.
Got it.
And purchasing them locally. And again, huge educational opportunities here. And, you know, I personally find a personal challenge out of spending my money here in Pacifica and finding ways to get what I need right here.
Yeah.
And I just can't say it enough, huge educational opportunities.
Awesome.
Just a question on F2.3, so require building materials from within a 500-mile radius. I think require is kind of a hard word. And maybe there can be some incentives or something instead. And I mean, I know just from building my own house, like I bought cork that came from Portugal and it was actually carbon negative even with the shipping. And so like maybe it's, I don't know, there's more nuance to that, right? And there are programs like Build It Green that help you rate and, you know, identify products. But I think require is going to be hard. Like, I don't know. I know people that want to buy, you know, countertop material from Israel, and it's trying to encourage people to make choices of things that are closer. But
Where are you going to source bathroom tile from, for
yeah,
example?
yeah,
Colma, there's plenty of tile places.
they're tile places, but they're not. made
Where is it
here.
made from, though?
Yeah.
Oh,
Where does it
sure,
really come from?
but it's here, and I mean,
Yeah.
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 But it came from
it's-
more than
but-
500 miles away.
And understood.
And to that point, one of the other things, I know when we were looking at the Civic Center job, but we ended up hiring a contractor that was from 2 hours away, like, also like trying to hire local workers. I don't know if that fits in here or somewhere else, but encouraging, like, you know, we got a lower price, and that was part of the decision, but really thinking about those decisions.
That's an excellent point, and again, a maintained resource website could provide plenty of opportunity and selection for local folks that do local work, and we definitely do address trying to purchase materials and hire local workers to provide those services.
Yeah, and that's money coming right back to our economy.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
100%.
Christine, I'm making a note. Christine, cork example.
Love my cork, come see my cork.
Cool.
Additionally, I'll just add that there's also multiple spaces in the Bay Area for buying materials that have come from other homes that have been dismantled.
Yes,
And, you know, what a good time it is shopping for things like that. There's some real treasures out there, and there are plenty of materials to be purchased in the Bay Area that could be reused. And yes,
And yes, actually, thank you. That reminds me, deconstruction. So if there can be an education program with people doing remodels to look at deconstruction. So you're actually taking apart what you've built, and then all the materials can be reused. And it is more expensive than just straight out demolition, but you actually get all these tax credits too. So if a lot of people don't know about it. So just like letting them know, here's a choice, here's a deconstruction company, they can give you a quote, right?
community outreach and education every time, yes.
Okay, green. Green section?
I'm ready to move on. Anyone? Any other thoughts? Okay. Let's go to resilience and adaptation.
Okay, so I was on the Resiliency and Adaptation Subcommittee. Yeah, really the big focus is on, it could be gray infrastructure or it's green infrastructure, so it could be nature-based solutions, but it's also working with gray infrastructure, the traditional types of things, on making the city more resilient and be able to adapt and bounce back. So the two pieces there really is focus on how does the city weather something that's first happening to it, and then how quickly do we bounce back from that over time? So those are the two pieces. And then some of them also contribute to climate mitigation, right? So like if you're, and the trees is a big opportunity there. There's obviously risks that come up, but ultimately, if your goal is trying to, let's say, slow the flow with rain, with rainwater, or trying to absorb some of the water, and you're also trying to have all the other knock-on benefits that trees can provide, they're also going to be helping with carbon sequestration and mitigation as well with climate change. But yeah, we broke it down. Section 1 was really looking for funding, as well as the tree canopy goal piece, which has a component to trying to get grants and work with different organizations to help fund it and support it. But there's a lot of money, there's more and more focus, the Los Angeles wildfires for one, is a good example, but just what we've seen happening in the East Coast and the Gulf and other places, big focus on how do you make your cities more resilient. There is more and more federal and state money that's being made available to the cities. How do we help make sure that City of Pacifica is able to capitalize on that and tap into that and make ourselves more resilient? When we have heavy rains, we still experience flooding despite any equalization basins or anything else. So how do we help make sure that the water doesn't get there in the first place? We have to get the extra pumps and all the other things that that the city has to jump through hoops on just to try and keep things moving. But I don't want to go into too much detail on each one of these, but because you can read a lot of them for yourself. One of the big focus areas is that 1.3 with the tree canopy piece. A goal of 25% was seen as a good goal. We the task force partnered with the San Luis Obispo. I'm going to butcher it, but essentially, really the people that are the experts in measuring and establishing tree canopy goals for the state of California. And they did an analysis, provided that as a GIS overlay, which John Mullins and that team have incorporated into the city maps and stuff. But looking at what's possible for just the city. So not looking at what's Golden Gate National Recreation Area stuff, not looking at county parkland, not looking at things that are not really under our control, but just what's within the city's control. And that's what this area is focused on. And there's a lot of different things. People have talked about adopt a tree programs, just like we have a lot of the other adopt programs going on, as well as, the city's been a tree city for a few years now. And how do we really lean in on that? Daly City, South San Francisco, there's other cities around us that have really leaned in and been members for 30, 40 years, have really great programs. We're still in sort of a crawl, walk, run with that, but how do we start walking and running with that? But I will open it up to some questions, so.
I'd be happy to start with a couple of questions. Really happy to see the tree canopy goal in here. I was wondering what you thought about a potential commercial parking spot tree ordinance, like if you have, for every 12 spaces, you need to have a tree, something like that. Also, I was thinking about for new construction, since they have the heavy equipment anyway there, you had mentioned rainwater harvesting, whether we should think about mandating putting a tank in the ground to capture some of that for reuse for landscaping. I was really glad to see the consideration of cooler pavement, the cool roof efficiency standards. I wanted to know, though, when you were talking about the green roof thing, did you do a study to make sure that our rainfall is sufficient through the year, or the dew collection is sufficient through the year to support green roofs such as hens and chickens and things like that? Will they survive is the question.
Yeah, as with many things, it depends. On the species, there are some that they were looking at doing, like in California, where they actually can make it through like a long summer after they've been established. So it takes like 3 years to kind of establish the roof, and then it can kind of keep going. But it is limited. The back of the valley might have a harder time than other parts of Pacifica. So, but it's a consideration.
I can't see where that one was. I'm sorry, I must have missed that.
For the green roofs?
Yeah.
It's R2.3.
Oh, yeah, 2.3, sorry. And in some cases, people do use gray water to actually do the rainwater. So that's something that's also been done in some places.
And then in terms of the defensible space programs. I was really glad to see that, particularly any kind of public education for that. I know I've done that for my own home, but it was hard to figure that out on my own. And then there was also roofing and siding materials with fire retardants. I was also wondering if you were considering the ventilation for most of the attics here and the ember cast resistance for those so that the sparks don't fly up into
Yeah.
your attic and burn your house down?
Yeah, like Allstate and USAA, there's a couple that are offering those types of programs where if you do the attic protection, if you implement these certain things, well, they might not cancel your coverage, or they might give you a discount on your coverage, but mostly they won't cancel your coverage. So those would be part of, to your point, the public outreach campaigns that need to be done. Does the city need to protect any of its property, but how do we help make sure that the homeowners are maximally protected? Because we're surrounded on all sides by potential fire.
And at least have access to the information of what to look for. And that's hard to figure out on your own. If we had some kind of informational resource for people where if they did want to consider hardening their home against fire, that they would know where and what to do.
So I think those are good additions. I think one of the things we've talked about, like the website, we talked about the energy savings types of opportunities. There's such a great opportunity to create those educational connection points, and the resiliency side of the hardening, the protective spaces is still somewhat new terrain. So there isn't actually really a good clearinghouse on a lot of that that's pertinent to what Pacificans might experience. So it's a nice opportunity to have sort of a coast side version of what that might look like for people.
Yeah. It'd also be nice to work with PG&E to underground a lot of our infrastructure, so when the wind blows, we still have electricity, especially if we're transitioning to all electric houses.
Yeah, and also, and we get into like the storms and like the tree type of thing around the highways. I remember talking with Ray Mueller, and he was saying there was 3 people on Caltrans for tree clearance between here and pass through Pescadero, and you're like, so a serious storm comes in, it's going to be days before they get to you to clear your street. So without maybe some partnerships, and that was one of the things we highlighted in here is with 3.2, there's actually a lot more we could be doing with the CERT team or with other types of nonprofits and others that work in the emergency response space. And those would be essentially sort of free resources for the city to tap into, have memorandums or have other types of agreements or understandings or established relationships with that we could push into.
And just to add to that, while you're on it, 3.2, Thrive Rise is doing this work with nonprofits. So that's a county nonprofit that coordinates nonprofits. But they haven't been working so far on the north end of the county, but it's a good one to add and to reach out to. One thing I wanted to add, and especially because the library is on our, goals, is also looking at it as a climate resilience center. And maybe we're talking about future remodels to the community center, and it could be also. So it's a place people can go if, like it's super hot and the air conditioning is not working, or, a place that people can go when there's no power. We do that already, but making sure the new building is designed that way, that's, a refuge, basically.
I think, yeah, I think we could make that more clear in 1.2. We did have something about establishing a better community hub or hubs because Pacifica is so spread out. I've personally been to a couple in Hawaii where they've established these hubs where it's not, they'll do like the farmer's market there and they do all these different community events and things like that. But it's also energy resilient, and they have 400 beds, and they have water, and they have all the things to actually weather extreme heat events, extreme cold events, floods, wildfires, whatever it is, they can weather it. And the idea is a community hub, and it's always being used, even when there's not a disaster, right. But it's also there. And we don't have that. We have, we'll just go use the community center or some other place that's not really built to handle a large number of people that are affected by something.
Right.
And there's money for that type of thing too.
Exactly. That could help.
People are getting money to build these community resiliency hubs. So, yeah, begin with the end in mind. Whatever we're going to build, is this the stuff we're going to build it towards? And then how can we help get somebody to pay for it?
So maybe adding an action under R1.3 about the community resiliency hubs. Is that what you're thinking, Clyde?
Yes, and I think the library is a good sort of good example of like,
Community
hey,
center and library.
why, if we're going to be thinking about this library, redoing this, why don't we include all these other things that as part of our wish list, especially if it helps pay for the library.
Yeah.
So,
Both things.
I will say that in my work with Tree City Pacifica, it's always 30%. Just let you know, the tree canopy at 30%.
They negotiated, it looked to me like, that's
Oh.
how I.
yeah,
That's always in my brain as
The-
30%.
Bill wants to speak here at some point.
that was,
Okay, good.
That was
You
the,
have time.
that was the starting point, but
Yeah.
after consultation with those,
Yeah.
the people that kind of help cities determine this, they said 25% was probably more realistic, just given the amount of streets and the amount of urban space and sort of what's realistic
Nice.
to put
Yeah.
down.
Yeah.
So, 30% might be like, oh, that's like the default everyone starts with, but then you go to each city and it's like, well, that
See.
city can only do 27, or that city can realistically do 40.
And that's
Good
why
for
we
you.
need to be working with our community, because we wouldn't have the time to do all of that.
Right.
Right? So thank you. One other thing is Sustainable San Mateo County has the, for lack of a better word, an app, right, where you can put in like, here's the tree that we're going to cut down, and this is how we should replace it. And you can probably say it better than me.
They'll even help you prioritize, like looking at your canopy, but also looking at disadvantaged communities, like, so being able to prioritize by that also, right, as equity issues.
Very
Which
cool.
I thought was super cool.
Yeah, it's very cool.
The other thing I have a little concern about is 2.10, stabilize landslide-prone hillsides with native stabilizing shrubs and trees, just because I just got a really interesting, and Gail got it too, email from Ellen Nadison. So I think we need to talk to OSPAC and include them in that. She's a biologist, but our hillsides were scrubbed. They were never trees for the most part. And it's actually, in some cases, actually an old geotechnical document that I read from the 80s said it's not a good idea to plant trees on some of the landslide-prone areas. But then it's
Yeah.
also not native. So shrubs and, coastal, definitely.
How about vegetation?
Yeah,
Yeah,
leave it.
we can do
With
that.
native stabilizing vegetation.
I have a question about, what kind of resource does our community have for selecting what kind of trees to grow that isn't going to interfere with their neighbor's solar panel and stuff like that in order to try to accomplish the tree canopy without interfering with some of our other goals, such as solar panels? If you
Well,
put
there
a
used to
giant,
be a little brochure in Public Works, just saying.
Yeah, I think there's ways that cities have tackled this. Like City of Fremont's pretty interesting. They actually came out with lists of recommended species based on different parts of Fremont to help maintain the aesthetic, but also to meet their other goals. We have nothing like that, any type of a guide that would make any recommendations, but it's something that the city could put together to say, hey, these are probably the best things to do so that it doesn't interfere with our goals, but it's complementary or it's supportive, mutually supportive with it. So it's a good thing to do.
I will give us a time check.
Oh, sorry.
No, I'm
Or-
just,
It's good.
6:30.
I just like to do that sometimes.
We still have pink,
But
And
pink, and then we have public comment.
public comment,
So-
and,
And then particular questions they want us to answer.
Right.
too, so.
okay, Kai, anything else?
And you mentioned
to
you've
highlight?
got the public comment from the Pacifica Land Trust about the grant that they have gotten.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, then we'll work with them on updating, language in one of these actions to address that.
Okay.
Would that go in R3, do you think? Oh, no, that's microgrids.
Yeah, I think I saw that going more in R1.
Okay.
Yeah, and to the microgrids, that's one of Peninsula Clean Energy's goals, to be working on, neighborhood-based resiliency, so continuing working with them. The other thing I'm really excited about that I think is coming soon is bidirectional charging, and then being able, so anyway, I'd love for us to keep an eye on that, because that can really help with our electricity resiliency
Yeah.
without having to buy batteries and separately.
Bi-directional charging. Okay, pink.
Implementation.
Implementation. Community engagement is essential.
It sure is. Kim, did you want to? Oh, sorry, Nancy.
Yeah, I'll start. Yeah, Nancy Tierney. On implementation, so you've heard some themes throughout the presentation and discussion, secure funding, and I know the city is very interested in that, and we are as well. So part of what we're proposing in implementation has to do with helping the city find that funding. Another is establishing partnerships of different kinds. We fully support that, and through our work as a task force have been exposed to a lot of those potential partners, like the San Mateo Sustainability Office and the RICAPS program. Community engagement and outreach, Kim and others have talked about that. So, and that's been a big part of our work too, is soliciting community engagement. So this commission that we've talked about is, yeah, we strongly recommend, and we almost view it as they continue the work that we've created, that we've established with this climate action and adaptation plan. And we modeled our recommendation, we looked at some other cities that have similar standing committees or commissions. It's not unlike, and we also looked at what the city has now. So it's responsible, we view it as the commission responsible for not just the implementation and monitoring of this climate action plan, but also making sure that it's coordinated with the general plan and local coastal land use plan and other documents. And we've got description in here about how the commission, and also that we think it's very doable this year, so that's reflected in the timeline. Ideally, you would also create a staff position of a sustainability coordinator, and as it turns out, all the other cities in San Mateo County have positions, multiple positions. Some of them are, a portion of the effort, but through the establishment of that position, that person would work closely with the Environmental Commission, making sure that these relationships with other agencies are maintained. We found that, like, I've been the liaison to the RICAPS group. They're a wealth of information, is a great networking body. And you find out about the grant opportunities through them as well. So the creation of that position, we would strongly recommend. Kim, do you want to talk about outreach?
Kim Finale, Community Outreach and an Engagement Subcommittee Chairperson. I'd just like to let you know that we just had a really good time doing outreach for this task force. It was very just socially engaging, and we had very enthusiastic feedback and participation, of course, by some of our local Pacifica members of the youth community. We have been present at all of Pacifica's major events over the course of the past year or more, and some smaller events too, little libraries, and we've just kind of popped up at the last minute when we were informed that something was going on, you know, electrify your home or just whatever is going on, we made an effort to be there. And the feedback was positive and, again, enthusiastic, and folks really had things to say and input, and it has been reflected here. And there's been a couple of surveys that have gone out. We've had some great responses there. And I'll just add, you know, that the approach was just really a grassroots approach, just meeting our community members where they are and just talking to them. There's no mandate. We just want to have a good time being responsible caregivers of our space here in Pacifica, and our fellow community members were very receptive to that. And in the interest of time, I'll keep it short, but I'm happy to answer any questions anytime on the community engagement efforts that we've made. It's just really been a pleasure. Thank you.
Guess that would open it up then for questions on the implementation section, if council members have any.
I have one. I think and I guess we'll deliberate about this, but I think the formation of a commission or a committee, whatever it's called, is really important to see the work through, because I think that's what kind of stalled the last time that, you know, and I know, I mean, as long as I've been paying attention, at least 4 years, there hasn't been reporting on the previous one. And so just to make sure we're making progress and looking for grants that can also help us with other, you know, programs and goals from the general plan and others that the city has. I know, I mean, we're going to start our budget discussion soon, and I know that's really tight. I wanted to get your feedback on the Civic Well Fellow and Gabrielle, who was here the first year, and is it possible that the staff person could be someone like that with maybe then, you know, a smaller portion of time from city staff? Right now you said we're paying 0.75 full-time employees between Elizabeth and Brittany, I think. Right, so just trying to see how we can save some money and bring in more interns, fellows, because I know a lot of the college graduates now are like, really have this as a focus, right? So it's a lot of energy they bring also.
I can speak to some of the money facts of that matter, and then as to the quality of work from our Civic Spark intern or fellow that we had was exemplary. He was a fantastic contribution to this document. The Civic Spark program is very affordable for a year. I think our portion was just under $30,000 for an 11-month service term from our Civic Spark fellow, and they continue to have the program continues. They're having their opening recruitments currently for the next school year, and we have Brittany here as a part-time person. And the budget for that for this fiscal year was $45,000 for her position, up to 1,000 hours or 900 hours, something like that, for a fiscal year. And between her incredible work and our Civic Spark fellow, it's allowed me, the one paid full-time staff, to I do a lot to help support it, but I couldn't do it without their support. Yeah. Maybe other staff could, but my current position with what is on my plate. So with that, it's made the support very possible, feasible for at least this portion of the task force work. That's the money matters of that.
But do you see that being a possible for the implementation?
Well, I think there's a couple different challenges. Number one, you do have breaks in service sort of thing, where like one person drops and then you apply and you hopefully get somebody else for the next one.
Right.
You also kind of lose the continuity. So like they're really great as an augment. That's where I've seen them, is that you bring them in, they help surge. And there's two different levels of the Civic Spark thing too. There's like a beginner person, then there's like a more advanced one. Both are great, but most cities still find it beneficial to have somebody, at least some of their time dedicated towards the role, and then to keep that continuity. Because if you're going to have, as most of us know, most of these city projects, most of these projects around energy or anything else are like multi-year projects, and you can't have people coming and going every 9 months or something like that. So I think it's a great way to get to amplify what the city can do for a low cost, because that's you get some great people at a pretty low cost to the city, but it doesn't get rid of the need to have that other resource, even if it's a half-time resource or something like that that's dedicated. Were you going to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it could be a good option for setting up an environmental commission. I think we're very intentional about making that recommendation first, because I do think the function of finding grants, there are grants out there that include money for staff time.
Oh.
Right, and so if they secure enough grants, then it makes the conversation about Pacifica hiring a full-time sustainability coordinator, it's kind of solve some of the budget issues with that question.
Great, thank you.
Go
No,
ahead.
you go ahead.
Just a couple of questions on the mechanics of the document. I understand C2 is youth engagement focused, and C3 appears to be community, everybody, not just youth. So I noticed that the items are repeated.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming that was intentional.
I don't think so. I actually removed that from the slides. I think that was a typo.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think this.
So-
I did notice that too.
Yeah. Anyway, just a process, as you're working through the final draft.
Councilmember Wright, did you have your?
And
Mary
also-
was next.
Oh, thank you.
Mary?
I just wanted to give a couple comments, not really questions, and so I know we should probably do that after public comment, but I'm going to do it now anyway. Because C2.2, I think there's an opportunity to regroup our joint articulation meeting with the school district, which didn't have a very good charter, should you say? Like, we were meeting with the school districts and the water district. The time wasn't spent very well. And so we stopped meeting, and I think this is an opportunity to do that again. C2.4, I think, working with PRC and their produce program, as well as Pacifica Gardens. So there's a nice little collaboration there. And then I know you probably already thought this, but C3.5, you could work with emergency preparedness and CERT. And that's all for right now, and I can't wait to talk about the youth component. After public comment.
Okay. Greg?
Yeah, I too was very happy to see the youth component in here, because the largest impact of all this stuff falls on them, and all our bad choices in our past are falling on their heads. And so to have that opportunity to have that input, I found very valuable. And thank you for that.
Councilmember Espinoza, do you want to add anything? Okay.
Sorry, I just want to say one thing about the schools too. One of the things I learned from Peninsula Clean Energy recently is that there were grants for solar on schools, and actually no schools in the county applied. And so, like, having more outreach, right, and more youth in the schools involved in pressuring at board meetings and suggesting.
Mayor, could I ask another quick general question?
Yes.
Considering what time it is,
Yes.
I'm wondering, when is the opportune time to tell these people how much I appreciate the thoroughness?
After public comment,
Fine.
which is what we're going to do next. I have cards. I have 3 cards at this time. Gail Benton Shoemaker, Suzanne Moore, wait, nope, Gail Benton Shoemaker, and that's all. Wait, special session public remarks. Oh, yeah, Suzanne Moore and Gail Benton Shoemaker. That's who I have.
Mayor, we also have some attendees by Zoom who have hands raised.
Wonderful. Gail.
Hi. Let's see.
Hello.
My name is Gail Benton Shoemaker. I'll be reading an email from Tree City Pacifica to City Council and adding a few things along the way. So it begins, we are very impressed with the research and extensive work of the Climate Action Task Force in creating the Climate Action Plan. They've done an excellent job. Tree City Pacifica strongly supports the tree canopy goal in the resilience and adaptation section of the plan. In fact, it was Council's idea originally to have the tree canopy goal in the Climate Action Plan. A canopy goal of 25% is very reasonable for the urban area of Pacifica and demonstrates our commitment to protect and grow our urban forest. Originally, we were asking for 30% because that's the international standard, but after working with Cal Poly San Luis Obispo's Urban Forest Ecosystem Institute, in determining the canopy for the urban area of Pacifica, excluding regional open space, it was determined that 25% is laudable, but a little more achievable. So we support the 25% canopy goal. We also support the 4 actions listed under the canopy goal in the plan. Revising the tree ordinance to ensure that every removed protected tree is replaced helps maintain our current canopy. Incorporating Arbor Day, Tree City USA, and an Adopt a Tree program into a city committee or commission ensures that we grow the urban forest into the future. Eventually, creating an urban forest and street tree plan when funding is available will also help strive towards the canopy goal. We are very grateful for all these elements in the plan. Although we support the consultant refining the plan, we request that you do not direct staff to employ the 3-tier ranking of the plan. The task force has spent significant energy defining the feasibility of the goals and actions, and it is not necessary to spend time and money to rank them at this time. The goals in the plan have dates that largely align with county and state targets. The actions all identify timelines as near-term, medium-term, and long-term, and are ranked in terms of cost and GHG reductions. All the goals and actions in the plan are aspirational, which means we strive to reach them, but are not required to do so. Priorities can be determined organically by the Environmental Commission, which everyone has been talking about, during implementation according to the feasibility criteria in the plan and availability of funds. Please honor the efforts of the Climate Action Task Force and support the plan they have worked so hard to create. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Suzanne Moore, Sam Casillas, Sue Degree.
Suzanne Moore. I want to truly thank the Climate Adaptation Task Force for the time, energy, and evident hard work used to create this draft adaptation plan. This report is filled with so much information we all need, and I'm very excited that Pacifica appears to be the regional champion to face this challenge. The subcommittees have been comprehensive in the areas of research. We are a complex, interconnected system, and community education and involvement is mandatory as we move forward. Liaisons that the task force established with regional and state level climate action groups should be maintained and cultivated. The impact of climate changes is far greater than any one community can manage alone. I believe our volunteer task force has demonstrated an important component: local, dedicated community involvement. A community advisory body to guide implementation, review progress, and advise on sustainability efforts is a sound recommendation. I'm eager to hear the results of community input, and I'm also eager to hear how the task force believes we should proceed based on that input. The task force reminds our community, quote, of its cultural heritage and the city's role as stewards of the land, even in kinship with the species that live here. As the city decides how to use its lands, there must be a willingness to work with the descendants of these original people, even if their tribal status is unrecognized. The city of Pacifica and its residents recognize and stand with the Ramaytush Ohlone people. Their traditions remind us of our shared responsibility to respect and protect the environment, end quote. We'll best choose a way forward by recognizing this relationship and our roles as stewards. Thank you.
Thank you. Sam Casillas, Sue Degree, Calvin Chan.
I'd like to start out by thanking the task force for doing such an excellent job. You guys really put your hearts into this. As mentioned earlier, the Pacifica Land Trust understands the stated concerns of resource constraints of our city staff where it relates to pursuing all viable opportunities for climate adaptation due to the global warming crisis. To this end, the Pacifica Land Trust is excited to announce we have received a grant from the State Coastal Conservancy to undertake the Pacifica Coastal Resiliency Opportunity Study, consisting of preparing studies, surveys, and other reports, and engaging the community to identify opportunities for nature-based resiliency projects in the city of Pacifica. Our goal is to identify sites where the implementation of nature-based solutions would be viable for the restoration of natural habitats in order to protect people's existing homes and existing city infrastructure while enhancing recreational and wildlife resources. In the next year, we plan to meet with city officials and conduct neighborhood meetings to educate our community on these potential solutions and the sites we will prioritize based on scientific rigor and community feedback. We are grateful that the Conservancy has chosen the Pacifica Land Trust to conduct this critical study as we face the global warming crisis. The Pacifica Resiliency Opportunity Study will identify priority sites in Pacifica that will demonstrate to the community the benefits of nature-based solutions to increase coastal resilience to climate change, including storm surge, erosion, and sea level rise, and their value as we approach to building climate resiliency in the community. Note that this Resiliency Opportunity Study does not replace adaptation programs the City of Pacifica is conducting or may conduct in the future. As part of the Resilience and Adaptation Plan the CAP Task Force is developing, the Pacifica Coastal Resiliency Opportunity Study should be integrated into the CAP plan when it is completed, we will complete it by the end of 2025. Since the city is not currently planning to study native-based solutions for climate adaptation, the city should collaborate with the PLT in order to expand its potential climate adaptation planning, which would be supplemental to any current planning the city is conducting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sue Degree and Calvin Chan.
I know you had 1,000 meetings, and obviously they were very, very productive. Thank you so much for all that effort. The plan leaves a lot more room for public involvement and connecting with many different resources. Appreciate that. A special word for traffic management, 21st century traffic management, keeping those cars moving so they do not idle. Appreciate that. Love having the youth in there. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that.
Thank you. And Calvin Chan.
Good evening, City Council members. I'm Calvin Chan. And thank you first to the CAP Task Force who has welcomed and included me throughout the drafting process. As a youth and student representative, climate change and environmental preservation are one of the most pressing issues for youth. It's our future at stake. But Pacifica youth can be civically engaged and inspired to take action with the right support from you, City Council. So City Council can encourage youth action throughout the Climate Action Plan implementation process through creating a systematic partnership with schools and youth organizations. For example, projects that Terra Nova students are currently doing right now is creating a toolkit for Pacifica schools and organizations to use to encourage carpooling. Terra Nova studies ocean acidification in Pacifica in their AP Environmental Science classes. Jefferson Union is currently planning on putting more bike racks at our schools. And we're also hoping to promote biodiversity in Pacifica's Emerald Crown of our parks, which falls under General Plan OCI 35. To ensure that future Pacifica youth and current Pacifica youth are able to continue to take climate action and help Pacifica implement the Climate Action Plan, the city should have an official partnership with youth organizations and youth and schools in Pacifica. One example you see is having officially assembling the Youth Climate Action Committee and Commission as soon as possible. Also having city intern positions for youth to connect the city with our schools and youth organizations more easily. And also the most powerful and interesting thing about these partnerships is that the partnerships that we create now and what we can implement together in the next year will not only improve the lives of Pacifica's youth today, but create a more beautiful, cleaner, and better city for generations. Thank you, City Council.
Thank you. And we have some callers on the phone.
Our first online call is from Dashiell Leeds. You can now unmute yourself and state your name for the record.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Dashiell Leeds. I'm the Conservation Coordinator for the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. I'd like to begin by echoing previous speakers and celebrating the great work of the Climate Action Plan Task Force. Our chapter supports this Climate Action Plan update and believes that the plan should be adopted, implemented, and fully supported by Pacifica. We support the creation of an environmental commission. We do like the idea for a youth environmental commission as well, which would be an easy and inexpensive way to monitor the CAP and provide recommendations on the implementation of CAP measures. Furthermore, we also support the creation of a staff sustainability position that could help with CAP implementation and help facilitate the proposed environmental commission. The impacts of climate change are and will be incredibly expensive, so action on climate change mitigation and adaptation is essential, and early investments now will ultimately save us money, effort, and pain as time moves on. We strongly support using nature-based adaptation solutions to threats such as sea level rise and hillside erosion, and we also support the increased urban tree canopy goal. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Our next raised hand is from Cindy Abbott. You may now unmute yourself and state your name for the record.
Good evening. Cindy Abbott here, home a little bit sick, so sorry to not be with you tonight. I too want to align myself with the prior speakers' public comments, particularly Gail Benton Shoemaker and the remarks about the tree canopy, all spot on, and the beautiful and inclusive and important comments that Suzanne Moore made about respecting those who've understood and been on this land way beyond any of us. I had such a great time over the year alongside some of the members of the task force from the Little Citizen Science Fair, at the libraries, at the EV Expo, at the Whale Fest, and they really did a great job getting public comment out there, and it really was engaging and fun. Based on all of that enthusiasm, the clear depth of relationships that this committee has developed, the time and passion that they've put into it, I hope that their recommendations will be taken very seriously, that a new committee or commission is indeed formed, and that they be the ones who take the time to prioritize and find the right things to do and when. For the Bike and Ped Plan, I'm on the PB&R Commission, though I'm talking for myself. There was time taken to prioritize that into additional tiers. I don't think that that work was needed or that it has been utilized. So to save staff time and budget, I think that we should just let that work take place once the environmental committee or commission is formed. Sounds like they've already included the key plans that the city has, so they've already done a lot of that work, and it probably doesn't need further focus at this time. Thank you so much to everybody for the just beautiful work that you've done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, there are no other hands raised on Zoom.
All right, then. Seeing no other people rushing to the podium, I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to the council and the CAP committee. I believe Councilmember Wright has something to say.
I do. I want to thank you for the thoroughness, the professionalism. I was totally impressed. It goes to my heart that a volunteer committee could do so much work in such a great way, considering so much of the scope of the problems that affect us. And I want to tell each and every one of you how much I really, really appreciate it. And additionally, the inclusion of the youth community is very meaningful to me, as I have a youth myself. And it's great that you're thinking in such a wide breadth in your thinking, and it means the world to me. I would like to know how it is that if we have follow-up questions as we ruminate about this later this evening, what's the best way to get a hold of you guys?
Our meetings are ongoing, council member.
Tuesday, what Tuesday of the month?
The task force meets the third Tuesday of each month at the Community Development and Engineering Building at 1800 Francisco Boulevard. Our next scheduled meeting is going to be an altered date, though. It will be March 25th and not March 18th, as we want to allow time for the public comment period on the CAP to go for a month, and then allow time for the task force to review those comments. In the meantime, please feel free to use the feedback form. Please feel free to email the task force and share comments that way. If you'd like to share them with staff, if you have questions, please feel free to email me, and I will send it out to task force members. It's ebrooks@pacifica.gov.
And does the same go for the public as well?
The public as well. Please go to www.planpacifica.org/CAAP and use the feedback form to please share your thoughts on the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan draft.
And a heartfelt thank you to you all.
Who's next?
I can go.
Okay.
And we'll be fast, but thank you all. I mean, this is one of the big reasons I wanted to run for council, and it just makes me so happy that we have this menu of options and, ability to start to make a difference. And I so appreciate how much you really have gone out in the community and brought them along, right? I mean, I don't think you've gotten a lot of, negative comments, in the process, and it's going to take all of us working together to actually accomplish this, and that's why I think it's so important that this continues as a community-led, through a committee with staff's help, but we are the ones who know the community and who can talk them into things and, and continue to work on policies too. So definitely in favor of the committee, the staffing, we need to sort out funding and so forth, as part of our budget. And I'll say, I agree with some of the public comments. Personally, I don't feel the need to prioritize things now. I would like to see the committee form, and then they'll really be the ones to start to look at implementation, like you've said, right? And seeing which ones are easy that we have the energy and enthusiasm and public support to bite off quickly, and a lot will take longer, and working with our staff and our programs. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate all the work you have done here. There's a couple of things that I'm going to be working very hard on those things. It will be electrification. I'm all about clean energy, and I think my community especially, we have our electrical panels are from 1947. And the other one will be community outreach. It is important to reach out to the community. That's the only way we can do all of this together. So I really appreciate your hard work. Thank you so much.
This is the most important thing, that we should all be working on. I'm so happy to see this. I'm so grateful to each and every one of you for all of the time you spent, for your expertise, for your collaboration, and for going out into the community and all the things that you did to create this. And, you know, as I went through it with my city council hat on, what I saw were, it's just so policy heavy. So policy heavy that it's going to be really good to get, and I said this earlier, like a long-term view of, because we know how long policy takes. We know how long government takes. And so it'll be really great to see a very big timeline and to be able to really look at the policies and which ones are going to be the right ones to do and at what time. And that's very exciting. I also think that there should be a commission. I also know that we are updating charters right now, and that takes time. And so I know Greg and I are going to be meeting to talk about this a little bit. So I don't think that the task force work is done. So I would hate to see you stop working so that we can start moving on these other things so that there's a continuity. The youth component, I mean, that's a no-brainer. But also, I've always pushed for the Youth Advisory Board to have a little more teeth, so maybe that can be part of what the Youth Advisory Board does. And I know that's a whole nother conversation, and so all of these things take time, and there's nothing more important to start putting the time into. Thank you.
Well, I'll just echo the rest of the council's appreciation to all of you for the time that you've spent. The meetings that I've had with you have been so spot on as far as summarizing the work, understanding what stage you're at, where the committee's going, seeing that public outreach and seeing the activity happening is really, has been really rewarding over the 18 months. And I just want to say that the first time I ever heard about something called REACH codes was when I first got on council, and a former council member named Deirdre Martin was the one who educated me about what in the heck that even was. Deirdre, this was a huge priority of hers, having a staff member, having a dedicated function. This was, I mean, I don't know, I'm not going to put words in her mouth, but I would say, from my observation, probably her number one. So I'm happy that this council has been able to carry forward and carry on with that work and bring it to some next step. I remember when we looked at the applications, when we were seeing the cross-section of people and the way that the process, and thank you, City Manager, for designing a process to bring this group of talented people together. I think it was an excellent endeavor, and I'm really proud. And of course, it's not over. The work continues, and it's really good timing. And I don't think it's accidental that we're having this meeting today, and we have goal setting coming right up. So I'm pretty impressed with that too. So thank you all very much for your time and your effort.
Mayor Beckmeyer, if I could just jump in here. I know we're over time, but I do need to get clear direction from a majority of council regarding the two questions that are posed to the council. And those are, should the city proceed with securing consultant support to get the CAP report over the finish line, and given the volume and breadth of priority actions in the CAP, does the council want to offer some framework for refinement and prioritization of them before the report comes back to the council for final adoption? And I know there were some opinions offered on some of that, as well as on some of the specific recommendations in the report, but just to be clear that none of those are what's being considered tonight. Direction about formation of a commission and such, those things need to be considered in the context of the entire city's budget development process, deliberation, et cetera. So just to be clear and transparent about that piece. But specific majority council direction on those two items is needed tonight.
Okay. Council, I think I heard a lot of, well, not a lot, at least two comments about the tiering. Would like to get some feedback on that in terms of the prioritization. And then I want to understand the committee's view on securing consulting help to push it, as city manager says, push it over the finish line.
So for the consultant help, the two pieces, one is that because we're asking RINCON to go a little bit above and beyond what they're providing for the rest of the county, there might be an additional cost for that. So that's just kind of to finalize, firm up the greenhouse gas numbers, and if there are numbers to some of our actions, putting those in the report and seeing how those tie into the 2030 goal, as well as I know that we have a very beautiful draft right now, but just making it a little bit prettier as far as the final document. So those are the two different things that we're looking for, so that the task force is aligned with the city on that recommendation to get that assistance.
Okay, thank you.
And city manager, there's some money left over, isn't there? Right, and there's a discussion about how much you're estimating for the RICAPs. Maybe you can remind us as part of that decision.
We don't yet have a finalized scope of work that we can review with RINCON yet, but we're estimating it's going to be within the city manager's budget, if not well under. I don't really want to say that on the record, but we don't know officially what it will be, but it should be within the city manager's spending authority for sure.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead.
Go ahead.
So I support money for the contractor. And I don't think we need to do the tiered approach just yet. I don't think we're there yet.
Other council members?
I would concur.
I do too.
Okay. And I already did about the tier, then yes for the consultant.
Okay. I concur with the rest of council on securing consultant support to complete the tasks. And then I think the issue of prioritization, I'm still looking to the task force, really, and your expertise with that. I think that the notion of tiering didn't seem productive, and we heard from the public on that, but the near goals, the short, medium, long, and all of that, I think I need more feedback from you on how an implementation might look, if not a tiered method.
Okay, because we have for each of the actions, you kind of saw the ways that we already categorized them, and we feel, and that was done, there was a lot of work that went into that we didn't touch on, right, to come up with those designations. And so we feel like that is sufficient for us delivering the plan, and then that the further tiering prioritization would happen with the formation of a commission.
And if I can just add something, we can't really work in a vacuum on that piece. And so really that's where we look at the Environmental Commission and the city staff to be really partnered, right at the hip there to say, okay, what's actually feasible and to kind of lay that out more expertly, because the city staff's going to have much better, each department that is going to be involved with this is going to be much more familiar with what is possible today versus possible next year, et cetera. So that's why our recommendation is let's not slow the cap down with that, but let's make that part of the implementation, working with the city to do that.
I appreciate that. And to echo something that Councilmember Beer said about CCAG and funding opportunities as well, I think between staff and ourselves on various committees, I think there's opportunities there to bring those ideas forward. Does that help, City Manager? Okay.
And I also can't wait to learn more about Pacifica Land Trust. I know. That's amazing.
Look, Mary. Very good. Okay. We are a little over time, as we can see by looking at the clock on the wall. The council needs a break. We need to reset our space. And so I'm going to say 10-minute break, and then we'll be ready to start our next meeting.
Recording in progress.
Keep an eye on the screen, will you? Because it's not really ready yet, right? Well, I don't see the screen doesn't look like we're ready. Okay, now we're ready. Very good. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Welcome to the regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Pacifica. Today is February 24th, 2025. We are beginning the meeting at 7:30 p.m. exactly. And we'll have roll call, please.
Councilmember Wright,
Present.
Councilmember Espinoza,
Here.
Councilmember Beer,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Bowles.
Here.
Mayor Beckmeyer.
Present. And I will read the land acknowledgement. The City of Pacifica acknowledges that we occupy the unceded ancestral homeland of the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples, who are the original inhabitants of the San Francisco Peninsula. We honor the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples for their enduring commitment to Mother Earth. As the indigenous protectors of this land, and in accordance with their traditions, the Ramaytush Ohlone have never ceded, lost, nor forgotten their responsibilities as the caretakers of this place, as well as for all peoples who reside in their traditional territory. We affirm their sovereign rights as First Peoples and wish to pay our respects to the ancestors, elders, and relatives of the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples. And I will invite Councilmember Espinoza to lead us in the flag salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it is one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. So we have this is a regular meeting, so that means we have a consent calendar, which has 4 items on it. We have public comments for items not on the posted agenda. Ordinarily, we have council communications and staff communications, and then we would turn to our public hearing, which is item 5, which is the reason I think a good number of people are in the room tonight. So I would like to ask council and staff if you feel it would be all right to move our communications to the end of the meeting?
Council communication?
Council communications and staff? And if council or staff have something burning urgent that we need to address, I don't want to, wait super late on that, but we'll just keep it super brief and
Yeah.
just be that item.
I was just going to suggest, because we got an email today about the goal setting on Saturday, that the city manager at least be able to announce that so
Yeah.
the public knows. And if you could also give us an approximate time for public comment, like you have in the past.
Whoops.
For that all-day session.
Great. All right, let's turn our attention to the consent calendar. I'm asking if any council members wish to pull any items from consent.
No.
And I'm going to open public comment on items on the consent agenda. If you would please, if you are going to speak on that, please state the agenda item that you are speaking on. So I'm opening public comment for items on the consent calendar. I don't have any cards. Assistant City Clerk, do we have any on the phone? No? All right, then I'll bring it back to council, close public comment. And if there's no discussion or questions or comments.
I move we approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Council members, you may vote with your button, your voting buttons.
Where's my button?
Okay, and for the consent calendar with the motion made to approve by Councilmember Beer and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Bowles, the vote passes unanimously.
Thank you. All right, public comments on items not on the posted agenda. So we're going to ask that we keep our topics related to things within the subject matter jurisdiction of this body. There are 10 cards. Ordinarily, this would be a 3-minute time. That would be 30 minutes of public comment. I think people turned out. I think they should have their 3 minutes. So if you're going to use less than 3 minutes, that would be great. But of course, you're due your 3 minutes. Here are the names for the first 3 people: Aaron Clark, Dan Stedjink, and Amanda Kraft.
It takes me 3 minutes just to get to the microphone. Okay, real quick. We'll try to make it quick. I used to know a lady that lived in Montera. She's been dead for 20 years or so now, but she can remember back when they used to unhook their horses at Highway 92 and use the winch to pull their wagon over Highway 92. But she can also remember when she used to walk in the hills and there were no trees and there was no brush in the hills at all. It was just grass, and she could walk anywhere she wanted to go. When I was a kid in the late 1950s, we used to play on the hillsides. We used to slide on the grass with our cardboard and whatnot. And again, there were no trees in the hills at that time, but there was some brush at that time, mostly in the steep ravines and gullies and whatnot. The trees in Pacifica were basically on Reina del Mar, East Sharp Park on Paloma and Carmel, and a few plantings there. And I think Alma Heights had their eucalyptus forest going. I don't know who did that, but that was all the trees in Pacifica. So now there are literally tens of thousands of trees that are in Pacifica that didn't exist when I was a kid. So, whether that's good or bad is irrelevant, but some of these trees have gone from the plantings in people's yards and have spread up the hills, mostly Monterey pine and then some Monterey cypress and eucalyptus trees. Are they healthy? Well, some are and some aren't. You got pine pitch canker killing a lot of pine trees. You go up on Pedro Point in the headlands and look at all the dead trees up there. Those grew and died since I was in high school. They weren't even there when I was in high school. I was over in Valleymar behind Genevieve. There's a whole, I counted 15 big dead cypress trees on city property there. That's the cypress canker that's spreading through town. We're going to lose a whole bunch of those trees. The longhorn eucalyptus beetle's not in Pacifica yet, but it's in the Bay Area, so we're going to lose a lot of those too. So that's a problem. The problem is, have we increased the fuel load in the hills? Absolutely. Have we created a fire hazard? There's no doubt that we have. The fire load and the fuel load in these hills is exponentially higher than it ever was in any kind of history as far back as 10,000 years. Have we pretty much ruined the native habitat and environment of Pacifica? Well, yeah, probably. Pretty much have done that. Does the city have a plan to manage this open space? Absolutely not. I can't blame this totally on the city manager because none of the city managers are taking up this issue. But I think it's time to take it up. I want to know what these hills are going to look like in 25 years, 50 years. I want to know what the plan is. And the plan is not to have no plan. So it's time to figure it out. Thanks.
Thank you. Dan Stedgink and Amanda Kraft.
Thanks for hearing me tonight, council members. My name is Dan Stedgink. You might remember me as the one who appealed the Pacifica development where they were dumping 11 feet of soil from Candlestick Park over 56 Native American bodies that were there. During that meeting, the city attorney told us that we couldn't not work with these felons that had bribed public officials because we didn't have an anti-bribery ordinance. And just to be clear, these people putting this measure forth were the exact same felons that 30 days earlier had been arrested by the federal government for bribing the San Francisco commissioners, Mohamed Nuru, et cetera. After that meeting, I was just shocked that we couldn't ban felons from doing work in this, felons who had bribed public works officials, felons who had bribed all public officials from doing work in this city. And I sent emails to around to, I counted, and it was 61 electeds in San Mateo County in the state. 2 of them responded. One of them was Sheriff Christina Corpus, who said, yes, I will push a anti-corruption, anti-bribery ordinance in this county. And that was September, and she had a plan, and there's a well-traveled path for doing it, how San Francisco did it. I'm also the Measure A official ballot opponent who opposes removing this sheriff. 82,600 votes this sheriff got in this county. This is the most popular sheriff we've ever had. There's legally no way for the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors to remove this sheriff with a vote. It won't happen. I'm telling you, it's legally impossible. There's only one way to do this. It's with a vote of recall, and they can do the hard work and do that if they want to do it, but it's not going to happen. The Board of Supervisors is not going to happen, that vote. Now, lots of people say lots of things why they think we need a new sheriff. And when I listened to Carlos Tapia, the head of the DSA, talk for 45 minutes over 2 weeks ago, he said that the reason this is on the ballot is over $34 million in double overtime that ceased when the county ran out of money, that there's no money for this. It's a significantly different story than what's being made in public. But I strongly urge you to do your own research. I strongly urge you to take a look at the County of LA that tried to do this and was unable to do that. The sheriff actually ended up getting voted out in a regular election. And vote no on Measure A. It's a power grab by the Board of Supervisors. And don't give up your right to protect your family and vote on what you think is right for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Excuse me? Amanda Kraft, then Frankie Burton, and Natalie Hopner.
Hi. Okay, I hope everyone can hear me. This is going to be a touch disjointed as we had sort of a plan where I was going to be piggybacking off of what Natalie Hopner was saying as we are housemates and we have the same issue we're talking about, but I think I can maneuver this. We are here on behalf of a situation at the Sea Cliff Apartments on Palmetto Avenue. This involves a myriad of different issues, from some very severe issues of discrimination, illegal evictions, things of that nature, which Natalie will go into more. And what I am going in with a request is for the city to have some sort of a dialogue and some sort of a situation worked out with code enforcement, who we are having, unfortunately, a very difficult time communicating with as a community at Seacliff. We have slab leaks, broken pipes. We have uneven floors that have swollen up because of whatever is going on, subterraneally. We have many, many neighbors, most of who are on vouchers, who have broken heaters. The majority of these people are elderly, and almost all of them are disabled. They fear contacting code enforcement, both because we have been ignored and because there are retaliatory practices that are put in place by our management. This entire building, it's 133 units. There is no oversight as to how the water is being used. This will come up again briefly, but there is no oversight as to how much is being used as a total. And I can say, based on our apartment alone, based on negligence, I can't even begin to guess how much water has been wasted just in that unit from not attending to, in our case, a toilet that ran 24/7 for 2 years. So, looks as though I have a little warning here. My request is that we have a full look at these apartments done inside and outside. Again, Natalie will touch on a bit more of what is happening to our neighbors who are in a much more vulnerable position. Their apartments, there's many of them that would absolutely fall under the category of just straight up illegal places to live. And this probably has been a good inspiration in getting them out of those apartments. So that is what I come with, and we will be trying to get in touch with our district person as well, and hopefully we can find some resolution here. And thank you so much for hearing me.
Thank you. Frankie Burton and Natalie Hopner.
Hi, my name is Frankie Burton. I'm a concerned citizen of nearby San Francisco County. I learned about the illegal, racist, classist, ableist, and inhumane activities at Seacliff Apartments that were just discussed from two of my closest friends, Natalie Hopner and Amanda, who just spoke. And I'm appalled. I've been in community engagement, public outreach work for 18 years now, and I just can't, it's just heartbreaking. So I'm just gonna go ahead and say that I've observed the impact that these illegal activities have had on my friends in terms of stress, and they're relatively privileged. So I can imagine what it's like for the folks who are less privileged and who are ending up in even worse situations as a result of these illegal activities. I'm here to request that you all please do whatever you can to get the communication going between the city of Pacifica and these two tenant advocates. They put together a petition, which actually got attention from ACLU. They also have been doing community organizing in terms of working with their neighbors to try and help them to the best of their ability, and it's exhausting them. It's a full-time job on top of their other jobs. Essentially, I just worry about my friends, but beyond that, I worry about the community because, yeah, I don't live in Pacifica, but I care about communities and people, and if renters should have rights no matter what. Housing is a right. They've exhausted themselves. I'm just worried about that. And honestly, it's criminal behavior, so it needs to be addressed. And I come knowing that,
You have 1 minute.
Thank you. That, this is not, it's a frustrating situation. I'm not frustrated at any of you. I appreciate you giving us our whole time, but I do worry about the stress. Also, something that was pointed out to me is that Pacifica's motto is progress in wisdom, but there's no progress without justice. And it seems like not supporting these folks and finding not housing and fighting against discriminatory practices is not justice. So please take some action, and thank you so much for listening today.
Thank you. Natalie Hopner, and then Amanda Norquist, and then Ken Miles.
May I start?
Yes,
Okay.
please, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. I'm Natalie Hopner, as you've probably heard already, and I'm a resident of the Seacliff Apartments. It's in District 2, so I think Christine is our representative. And yeah, I'm here similarly to Amanda and as her housemate to highlight the concerns over the management and maintenance of our complex. She spoke a little bit about our individual problems at the complex, so I don't want to repeat too much of that, but I will. What I want to really talk about is the reason that we're here tonight, which is more about our neighbors. We have a large number of neighbors that are on vouchers and that have subsidized rent at our complex. And they've really sort of ghettoized that group of people in an area that's right by us. And many of them are our friends and have become our loved ones. And we've watched many of these people that are aging adults, that are many disabled and have been formerly homeless, be returned to homelessness by predatory practices and discrimination. We have the resources to pursue litigation about the things that have happened in our unit, and we will be doing that. But many of our neighbors that don't have those resources rely on the laws put in place to protect them as tenants. And we feel that those laws have been flouted by both Woodmont Real Estate Services, who's actually the management company for the Seacliff Apartments complex, and they manage many complexes throughout the Bay Area, I believe, to my knowledge, rather. And they also, these laws have not been protected so far when we've reached out. We have, we're still trying to get a response, so that's why we're coming here this evening. There's, including, in addition to the things that, like the water slab leak, which is throughout, there's been heater issues. We've had a fellow neighborly tenant who is disabled and has now been released, has been evicted. She didn't have heat for like 2 years in her apartment unit. They lack disabled parking spaces. There's one for all 133 units, and there are other accommodations that are required and listed in the 2019 ADA regulations that are not in place at this complex. They've been subjected to threats, harassment, surveillance, and the like. So we're bringing them to you this evening for your consideration and to ask for accountability from the city to our most at-risk neighbors. There's been no fewer than 6 of them that I'm aware of that have been turned out into the street and are now street homeless or living in their vehicles. And that's just what I know about due to these predatory practices. I work in homelessness services in San Francisco County. My organization's actually moving into San Mateo County, so I'm very watching what's going on here, and I'm really saddened by the lack of response, and I really hope that this can engage the council to do something about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Amanda Norquist, Ken Miles, and Joaquin Jimenez. Is Amanda in the house? No, Amanda? Then we'll go to Ken Miles, Joaquin Jimenez, and then Andromeda Garcilon.
Good evening. I want to speak about wildfires. It seems like every year now for the last 7 or 8 years I've been coming up here talking about that. We've had Paradise burned down. We had mountains, Santa Rosa burned down. Lahaina in Hawaii burnt down. Now we have most of greater parts of LA burning down. And it's going to happen here. In fact, Aaron Clark mentioned something about Montera. Well, Montera burnt down in 1929. I found that out working with the Historical Society. And that can happen here. The four neighborhoods that I thought were the most prone, Pedro Point, East Sharp Park, East Rockaway, and Valleymar, now it's the whole city of Pacifica. Our insurance rates are going to go up regardless of what we do now. And it's going to even go up higher if one of our houses or many of our houses burn. So I propose that you go ahead and try to work with that climate plan that you were talking about, include fire breaks, use that multiplier that the city bought for $200,000 and is sitting idle to make the fire breaks around the place. Get some Native American people to work with the high schools and do some planting of the areas with native plants and get rid of the eucalyptus as well as the acacia trees, which are both on private property as well as public property. It's only a matter of time, and if we keep on letting this happen, we're not going to even have a city council. It's going to have a burnt-out community like LA or something like that. And I don't want to be that person, have to watch that happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Joaquin Jimenez, Andromeda Garcelon. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members, city staff. My name is Joaquin Jimenez. I'm a concerned citizen. I'm from Half Moon Bay. And there's something happening in our community, in our county, that I'm very concerned. Measure A. Measure A is to take away our power to vote. Now you think about a dictatorship where you don't have the power to vote. Well, we give the power to our county supervisors to remove our sheriff. The sheriff was elected by the people. You already heard from Dan about how many votes Sheriff Christina Corpus received for to be elected. If you remember the prior sheriffs, 2014, Yanira Serrano, daughter of farm workers. That was under Sheriff Greg Monks. She was killed. 2020, under Sheriff Carlos Bolaños, Sandra Harmon was killed in Half Moon Bay. Now, if we look at the statistics in the fall last year, the crime rate reduced in the community of Half Moon Bay. I never really seen any other sheriff elected in our community participating. 4th of July parade, Night of Lights, Pride parade. Think about it. We think about racism, sexism, prejudice. It's a thing of the past. It's not. Sheriff Christina Corpus, she's been questioned about her personal life, not about her leadership. She is a leader of our community. First Latina elected in the history of San Mateo County to that position. Sheriff elected by the people. She was not appointed by the county supervisors. She was not appointed by anybody. So think about it. I say no, Measure A. I stand behind Christina Corpus. She's been a role model for many people in our community, including our young women. Joaquin Jimenez, Half Moon Bay, no on Measure A. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt, excuse me. Thank you. Order. Please, order. Thank you. Andromeda Garcelon, is that you?
Yeah.
Thank you. And then I have Jen Hansen, and I'll call again for Amanda Norquist. Please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Andromeda Polhemus Garcelon, and I am also coming to talk about Seacliff Apartments.
You just pull it right.
Sorry, I'm short.
No, you're good.
I'm Andromeda Garcelon. I'm here to talk about Seacliff Apartments. I'm a San Mateo County resident, and lucky for me, my husband and I have been able to buy a home in this county, but that's not true for everyone, and we spent years in rental properties. Through friends and through a petition on change.org, I found out about what's happening at Seacliff Apartments and Woodmont Real Estate Services. And it's time right now when we need to stand up for our citizens, our fellow citizens, and for the people who are the most vulnerable among us. And it's so disheartening to see such predatory practices against people who don't have a lot of resources personally themselves. And I know that this city council can help get the process going to really make sure that people have the oversight. There are laws in place to protect renters and landlords, and they're put in place for a reason. And when those things are not being done properly by a management service of such a big apartment complex as Seacliff, it's a problem for all of us, because when people are evicted and become homeless, it's all of us as a community who end up paying the price for that as well. We all have to take care of each other, and if we don't enforce laws that are already on the books, it's a really big problem. And I want to make sure that my fellow citizens really put themselves in the shoes of people who are in that place of not feeling even comfortable because they're predatory and retaliatory actions being taken, and they see neighbors being evicted who haven't done anything wrong. So I'm really hoping that more people get involved in looking at this, and that we use the services already in place here in Pacifica to make sure that people are actually held accountable for what they should be doing in management services. In particular, I wanted to highlight, a couple people did speak about utilities at the Seacliff Apartments, and it's under conserve services. And one of the problems that was alluded to but maybe not clarified is that all the meters are out in the open and easily tamperable there, and they're in communal spaces where they can be accessed. And then residents have been given sometimes bills for thousands of dollars for past utility expenses without any documented or delineated receipt about when and how that came into play, and they weren't given along the time, and then in one lump sum, and then those people are evicted. So please follow up on these things and look into it, and
Thank you.
we appreciate your support.
Thank you. Jen Hansen and Amanda Norquist.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I didn't come with the idea of speaking, and then I had some thoughts. One thing I keep hearing about Measure A, and I won't go into anything, but one of the things that keeps coming up lately is quiet women rarely make history. And I think of her every time I hear that. If the people elected her and people in power are scared of her or want her out, I think she's making history. She's doing something important. And so that quote resonated with me. Two of the things that come to mind with fire safety, I grew up in Placer County, and my parents had bought property when I was very young. And one of the things that we have to go up and do every year is defensible space. We have to trim the trees away from the house. We have to trim the trees, I believe it's 25 feet off the ground. The limbs off, I think it's 25 feet, it might be 15. Free of pine needles, pine cones, all of that stuff every year, and the fire department is supposed to come out yearly and make sure that you have done what you're supposed to do. And now that I'm a homeowner in Pacifica, that is something we do on our property yearly. Our backyard backs up to Odstead Park, so you can imagine the amount of eucalyptus that falls in our yard. We clean all that stuff yearly, cut the stuff back from the house, trying to protect our property. But what drives me nuts is my neighbor next door doesn't protect his property. And there is more debris on his property than probably down my hill from Odstead Park. So one of the things I'm asking is maybe start to consider some sort of defensible space conversation, ordinance, whatever that might be, especially with properties that back up to Odstead Park, because we saw what happened when eucalyptus goes up in Australia. The other thing that recently came across, I recently learned and has been on my mind and on my list of things to do, is I recently found out that paper is made from eucalyptus trees. So maybe there's a couple phone calls that need to be made to some paper producing companies, and maybe they need some really cheap wood that they can haul out themselves. Have a good one.
Thank you. Amanda? Not here. Okay. Assistant City Clerk, do we have anybody on the phone, on the Zoom call?
We have 2 raised hands. The first is for Aaron Macias.
Please go ahead.
Good evening, this is Erin Macias. Mark, turn off your volume. Hi, this is Erin Macias of Lindemar. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
First, I want to take a moment to speak about the homeless. So there's an accountability system that has been, is being rolled out in San Francisco, and there is a very obvious shift to San Mateo County. I did miss part of a past city council meeting, but I believe that 2 additional RV spaces were requested by the Resource Center. I would like to suggest that this is not something we want to do. The objective is to transition the existing population into housing stability, not transition the population from San Francisco to Pacifica. Please recognize that our city does not have the resources to accept San Francisco's issues. The issue at Woodmont means that our resource center should be offering housing stability resources to our existing population of residents. Pacifica residents should be our priority, and we should not grow the problem. I also would like to speak to fire safety issues in Pacifica and possibly some strategies to address it. When a person lists their property for sale, the city requires a sewer lateral replacement or a certificate. This process ensures that our infrastructure can meet the demands of output and that our water sources are not contaminated, and it's safe for both humans and animals, and of course our ocean. So what about selling your property with an unruly eucalyptus grove or the absence of defensible space? So I think that the city should consider a similar seller requirement of creating defensible space before a property is allowed to sell. I also think the same requirement should apply before the city issues any permits for construction, whether it be for an addition or an ADU or even a short-term rental permit. We really do need to focus on this public safety issue and form a task force to address this citywide problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next raised hand is for Mark Macias.
Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Mark Macias. Hold on a second while my wife turns her computer down. My name is Mark Macias. I'm a retired lieutenant at San Francisco Fire Department for 27 years. And there's been a lot of talk of fire safety in this town. As I spoke at one of the last meetings, I had some questions. And now my question is, has any progress been made on the defensible space issues on Crespi Drive / Alma Heights? Or are we just putting our heads in the sand and waiting for the next wildfire? So I'm asking the city council, has any progress been made? Oh, okay. Also, my second issue is the homeless panhandlers on the exit of Lindemar Safeway. It's posted, no loitering. I've called the police numerous times. Same woman is out there constantly, and she stops to panhandle, cars stop to give her money, and then traffic backs up in the parking lot. It's posted, no loitering. I want to know why it's not being enforced. Thank you.
Thank you.
There are no other raised hands.
All right, then I will close public comment and bring it back to the city council. Are you okay?
I'm just getting a pillow.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
All right. Council members, we decided to go ahead and forego our regular council communications or postpone it to the end of the meeting. However, Mayor Pro Tem brought forward the idea of city manager giving some updates on our goal setting, strategic planning meeting that's happening. Are there any other updates from council that needs to be done right now? Or be in advance of the later hour at which we will be doing it? No? All right, then. City manager?
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Kevin Woodhouse, city manager. So I'll just announce, the agenda was posted today with the staff report that this Saturday, beginning 8:30 with light breakfast refreshments, and the session beginning at 9 o'clock is the annual strategic plan update workshop with the city council, facilitated by Greg Larson, who's facilitated the last couple years. It will occur here in the city council chambers, similar to last year. It's a in-person only, not the format of the meeting doesn't lend itself to broadcasting, and that's how we've always done that. But so light refreshments, 8:30. The session begins at 9. In the published agenda, we specify that public comment won't occur earlier than 10:15, depending on how the first couple agenda items go. Public comment could occur later than 10:15, but it won't occur any earlier for those that want to show up for public comment. And then the day, like previous years, is expected to run into the afternoon, perhaps till 4 p.m.
Okay, so public comment not to begin before 10:15 a.m. Thank you. All right. That brings us to our public hearing. Item 5, which is a public hearing on a proposed ordinance repealing and replacing Article 49 of Title 9, Chapter 4 of the City of Pacifica Municipal Code, short-term rentals, making certain amendments to Article 29 of Title 9, Chapter 4, and a long number. Do I need to read all of that? Can I just refer to the section name?
Yes.
Exempted signs of the Pacifica Municipal Code, and finding the adoption of the ordinance exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. So we're conducting a public hearing and introducing the ordinance. Correct, city manager? City attorney?
That's correct.
All right. All right. And this is, council, help me remember, the fourth, I believe, meeting on this topic that the council has taken up, not on the ordinance changes. This is the first time the council is deliberating, discussing the proposed changes to the ordinance, which have already been reviewed and approved by the Planning Commission. But I do believe this is the fourth. It may be.
I think it's the fifth.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
not
you.
counting the planning commission hearing.
Okay, so lots of very useful information and input from the community over time on this issue. I expect we'll have more this evening. With that, I will say there are 23 cards in my hand, and I'm sure some number of people on the phone. Yes? Shall we have our public comment continue with 3 minutes, council, or do you want to entertain reducing that to 2 minutes?
We've gotten a lot of emails too, and a lot of those same people are here. And I think from what I've read in the comments so far, a lot are repeated items that we're aware of. So I'm okay reducing it to 2 just so that we can try to get through this while we're still awake and coherent.
I'm not seeing
I would,
any response from the audience that would indicate anything to me. Go ahead, please.
I would appreciate it if the mayor would be so kind as to remind people that repeating the same thing multiple times won't be beneficial to us. Not that I don't want to hear from everybody, because I do, and I want them to have their full 3 minutes and have their opportunity to speak. But it would be helpful to me in the interest of time, since we've been at this already for over 3 hours.
Right. Well, I mean, it was a different topic, but yes.
Yeah.
Mary?
Yeah, 2.
2 is all right with you? Councilmember Espinoza?
I would like them to have the 3 minutes.
Mhm.
That way they can express themselves.
I feel the
and
same way.
Maybe they don't have to repeat themselves. Someone
Right.
already say something.
I felt the same way. So I felt it was important to bring it up because the former mayor brought it up a lot, and I just thought that's been our pattern. But I do believe people should have the 3 minutes to speak on this item. If you don't need your full 3 minutes, by all means, you can not use it. But I do want to hear from the public. So we have a staff report. We'll have a public comment period, and if council has any discussion, or, I mean, not discussion, but items after the staff report, can you indicate with your light, please? Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Beckmeyer, and good evening, council. I'm Samantha Updegrave, Community Development Director, presenting on behalf of staff.
Thank you. Welcome.
Next slide. In the presentation, I'll provide an overview of the current short-term rental regulations and the council's discussion and direction to the city manager for changes, highlight the proposed amendments and planning commission recommendations, the implementation timeline, provide an overview of potential fiscal impacts, and conclude with the recommendation based on the policy direction provided by city council. Next slide. So a short-term rental, or an STR, is the use of a dwelling unit or portion of it for rental of less than 30 consecutive days. The city first established STR regulations in 2018 that provided operational permit application and revocation requirements and enforcement provision. The ordinance was amended in 2023 to impose a cap of 150 STR permits within the city at any given time. The ordinance also clarified that junior ADUs cannot be used as STRs and aligned the timing of the permit renewals with business licenses. Next slide. The City Council has held 4 study sessions on the STR program in 2024. These included presentations from staff and policy discussions about the current program, impacts on neighborhoods and housing availability, and implementation. The council directed the city manager to prepare a revised ordinance based on specific policies, which are reflected in the draft ordinance before you this evening. Next slide. So to highlight some of the proposed text amendments responding to the direction, we've added definitions for events, primary residence, hosted and unhosted STRs. So events would include things like weddings, conferences, retreats, commercial events, loud or disrupted gatherings of any kind, including parties. A primary residence is defined as a place where a person resides full-time, which is more than 6 months out of the year, and then also differentiates between hosted and unhosted STRs, where in a hosted STR, the resident and operator occupies 1 or more bedrooms in the dwelling unit or an ADU on the same site, while other areas of the dwelling unit or main residence are rented as an STR. And unhosted means that there's no operator present on site during that time. Next slide. Requires that STRs are located within a primary residence, prohibits unhosted STRs in multifamily dwelling units, adds parking requirements for 1 space per STR bedroom. For unhosted STRs, it imposes a 2-night minimum stay and a maximum of 90 rental nights per year, and also requires that STR permit numbers be included in the listing on advertising platforms. Exterior signage with a QR code linking to contact information would be required. It would limit the occupancy to 2 persons per legally permitted bedroom, excluding children under the age of 12. It also would limit visitors to half the number of renters allowed. And then council had provided direction to include visitor hours, which was inadvertently left out of the draft. So staff is recommending that this provision be read into the record for inclusion to limit the hours of visitors from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. There are time restrictions for outdoor pools and spas, which would be prohibited from 10 p.m. till 7 a.m. Requires designation of a responsible party who's available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week while rented, and clarifies that operators of hosted STRs may reside in the primary dwelling unit or an ADU and other compliance and operational requirements. Next slide. Oh, my information's out of order, I apologize. Okay, I'll just go. What just happened to my, I think you had it right, Sarah. I'm sorry. Thank you. The Planning Commission held a public hearing and discussed the draft ordinance at their January 21st meeting. They recommended approval of the ordinance and provided some additional recommendations for the council to consider. Their recommendations are fully summarized in a table in the staff report and have been incorporated as red lines into the draft ordinance provided. While most of the recommendations clarified or expanded the existing language in the draft ordinance, their recommendation related to parking deviates from the council's direction. The draft ordinance would require one off-street parking space per legally permitted bedroom being utilized as an STR. While this policy was based generally on comments from the Coastal Commission, the council did not direct the city manager to distinguish parking requirements between coastal and non-coastal zones. The Planning Commission recommendation adds that distinction. So in the coastal zone, they recommend requiring at least one off-street parking space per legally permitted bedroom used as an STR. And outside of the coastal zone, they recommend a minimum of 2 off-street parking spaces. Next slide. STR permits are issued annually and are effective until October 31st. So the proposed ordinance establishes how to apply the amendments and new provisions to STRs that already have an issued permit. And then just as a general reminder, amended regulations in coastal zone are contingent upon certification of a local coastal program amendment by the Coastal Commission. So as of the effective date of the ordinance, or within the coastal zone upon certification, the following code provisions would apply immediately to all STRs. And these are the very basic provisions such as purpose and intent, definition, the permit cap, permit requirements, record keeping, permit term and renewal, suspension, revocation, violations enforcement, administrative regulations. Next slide. Some of the amendments, however, would need to be tiered. And so standards, there's two parts of that. So standards applicable to STRs and operational requirements. Some of these would not be effective until an issued STR permit is renewed, terminated, or revoked. Within the coastal zone, these would apply upon certification of the changes by the California Coastal Commission, again, at renewal, termination, or revocation, or 2 years from the date of the ordinance adoption, whichever is earlier. So effective with the ordinance, under the provision for standards applicable to STRs, the existing prohibition of STRs in ADUs and JADU would still apply. They would also be expressly prohibited from being in areas that are not legally approved for use as a dwelling unit, such as a vehicle or trailer, tent, storage shed, or garage. The following changes, they're on the right column on the screen, would become effective at the time of permit renewal, termination, or revocation. And those are the requirement for an STR to be the operator's primary residence, limitations of 1 STR per operator, and allowance of only 1 STR per single family or condominium dwelling unit, and requirements that STRs in multifamily dwellings be hosted. Next slide. The following amendments to the operational requirements would be effective with the ordinance. So requirements that they still have a valid permit, to notify the city of any changes if to information in the application, designation of a responsible party, providing certain materials to renters electronically prior to their arrival, posting the permit number on advertising platforms, including on-site signage. Short-term rentals cannot have detrimental impacts on traffic. The address must be clearly identified. They have to comply with all provisions of our municipal code as well as state and local laws. And they're still subject to the transient occupancy taxes and business license requirement. The following changes would go into effect at the time of permit renewal, termination, or revocation. Those would be the maximum occupancy requirements and limits on the number of guests, prohibition on the use of outdoor pools and spas between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m., the use of outdoor amplified sound devices, requirement for exterior sound monitors to be installed, off-street parking, and prohibition on commercial events and non-commercial events. And then additional pickup of garbage and recycling and access and location of containers. Limitations for unhosted STRs on the max rental nights per year, the 2-night minimum stay, and the prohibition in multifamily dwellings. So we currently have 139 tax-compliant STRs in Pacifica. An estimated 73 units would no longer qualify for permit renewal under the new ordinance. This number could increase by 20 to 30 additional units pending on-site inspection for parking and other requirements. These assumptions don't account for market fluctuations such as conversion of current STRs to long-term rental or emergence of new hosted STRs. Impacts to the local economy for things like sales tax and visitor-serving uses requires a comprehensive study by a qualified consultant to assess the full economic impact, and Council has not requested this study prior to the STR ordinance amendments. Next slide. The fiscal impact of the amendment ordinance are expected to be significant due to reductions in transient occupancy taxes, or TOT, business license taxes, and increased administrative cost. Based on the statistical information that was provided by HTL, which is our third-party STR administrator, the revenue loss is projected to be between $1.4 to $1.5 million annually once the new ordinance is implemented across the city, so in both coastal and non-coastal areas. This is due to stricter regulations that will significantly reduce the number of STR operators, leading to substantial decreases in TOT, business license tax, and revenue. Considering the non-coastal areas only, the new ordinance could reduce budget revenues for this fiscal year 2025-26 by about $580,000, that's prorated, and the 2026-27 budget by $775,000. Next slide. So based on the policy direction provided by the City Council, staff recommends Council conduct the public hearing and introduce the ordinance with the inclusion of limiting visitor hours to 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. and find the adoption of the ordinance exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. So that includes my presentation, and I'm available for questions along with City Manager Woodhouse and Assistant City Attorney Bazzano. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mayor, if I may, I did want to let the council know that Assistant City Manager Yulia Carter is on Zoom with us. She's at our risk management workshop this week, so is out of town but is on Zoom with us, and there are representatives from HDL also on Zoom with us.
Great, thank you very much. Council members, are there any questions on the staff report? Please go ahead. Oh yeah, lights. Mary clicked her light.
I didn't.
Well, it says it right there, beer.
That's because Mary is me. That's not updated on your thing.
Oh, okay.
But Greg pulled his mic up. Go ahead, Greg.
The only thing I wanted to say was that I'd like to reserve my comments till after public comment, and I'm anxious to move forward to public comment.
Thank you.
I have a few, yeah, thank you, Mayor. I have a few questions that I think would be helpful to the public, but I'll try to keep it brief. And I appreciate HDL being on. And thank you, Samantha. So you mentioned we have 139 compliant SDRs now, and I was hoping to have at least a rough number of how many are not in compliance that HDL is working on.
There was an attachment in the staff report. If you give me a moment, I can pull that up.
So, and I know we were shared a list, but I think that was from November. So I'm, part of the reason I'm asking, and maybe I'll ask my other question while you're looking it up. So I think several times I've heard that staff is recommending against platform accountability because they think it's better to work with the platforms, and I'd really like to understand how that's working out in more detail. So where it's working well, where we're having trouble with enforcement, how helpful is it? And I've also, the city manager told me in a private briefing that I think we were working better with the platforms before we started our ordinance work, and now that they kind of see where it's heading with more restrictions, they're being less cooperative. So just trying to understand how valuable that is, and if we've actually been able to reduce the number of non-compliant with their help.
I can take the first question. There are, according to HDL's records, there were 8 non-compliant STRs in the coastal areas and 6 in the non-coastal, for a total of 14.
And that's from what date? Sorry?
I do not have the date on that. Assistant City Manager Carter, do you have the date?
Yes. This is Julia Carter, City Manager. So the latest data we received from HDL was for Q2 that ends December 31st, 2024.
Okay.
And for platform accountability, I'd like Assistant City Attorney Bazzano, did you want to answer that?
I'll start with that, and then if Assistant City Attorney Bazzano wants to add, she can. But the compliance work that we've been doing, and the city has been doing an enormous amount of enforcement and compliance work on this, is mostly through HDL as our monitor of making sure that they have all the appropriate permits. So the platforms are not helpful in that compliance.
Okay.
Generally speaking, your statement, Mayor Pro Tem Bowles, is accurate that, Airbnb is being less cooperative, I would characterize it as that, with us, or less responsive, I should say. Previously, we had worked over years to develop that relationship in terms of putting permit numbers on sites. There are some that are on there, there are not others. And once we started this process, Airbnb was less responsive to our dialogue. They still are, and we're working on that relationship, and we hope to continue to encourage that. And it's a difficult thing to guess how that will proceed. And I'll let Assistant City Attorney Bazzano talk about other aspects of platform accountability.
Correct. So as indicated in the staff report, staff is not recommending including provisions about platform accountability. There are real practical and legal limitations on what the city can do in terms of holding platforms accountable. In terms of practical limitations, some of these platforms are located in Europe as well as the United States. So holding a platform that's located in Europe accountable would be extremely difficult for the city, because how would we reach them? How would we impose our requirements on them? What do we do if they do not respond? Were we going to file a lawsuit in Europe where their home country is? So those are the types of practical limitations. In terms of legal limitations in the United States, some of the platforms do use the Communications Decency Act as a defense to these types of regulations. So the city would be limited or preempted from imposing certain regulations under the Communications Decency Act that generally regulate the content of the user's post on the website.
Okay, thank you. I'll have more questions on the other.
So, and just as indicated in the staff report, staff's recommended focus is really on operators and responsible persons that are located locally, that are more practical and achievable in terms of enforcement. We have somebody locally, we know who they are. If they violated the code, they're easier to reach in terms of enforcement or a lawsuit if that's necessary.
Okay, thank you. And I'm hoping someone can explain staff's reasoning for the language around the ADUs and allowing someone living in their ADU to rent their house as I'm guessing as a full-time unhosted, where you're calling it hosted, but they're not actually there. So I think per definition, maybe that's unhosted. Because that wasn't something that came from council, and I understand that short-term rentals can't be in ADUs by state law, but why put in that? What are you hoping to achieve?
That is a clarification. So under state law, the presence of an ADU cannot change the nature of the residential use. So for example, if you have a single-family house with an ADU, you can't regulate that ADU now as like a duplex or a multifamily unit. So it's the residential status of the unit itself is unaffected. And so what that provision does is it clarifies and reiterates that ADUs cannot be used as the STR. However, a property owner or a tenant is not required to reside in the primary residence. Many people do move into their ADU. It allows them to stay on their property. And so because we can't regulate where someone lives within that, we're reinforcing that the ADU cannot be used.
I understand that the ADU can't be used, but this seems like a specific allowance of use of the home as what is then a full-time, quote, hosted, but really no one, someone on the site, but no one in the building, right?
I don't believe that it allows something that isn't already allowed, but in making the distinction between hosted and unhosted, that clarification becomes necessary.
And if I may, my recollection is council did discuss this issue in December at the December hearing, and there were comments made about the situation where someone might, that might benefit someone to live in their ADU and rent out their house as a hosted, and we didn't receive direction differently from council on that.
I recall that conversation as well, and I recall a council majority indicating they didn't favor that practice.
That's my recollection too. I could have brought it up because I had the example of my own house, but it was not something that we had asked to be in the ordinance.
That was my recollection, so.
And then just one more question. So I understand the Planning Commission had, other suggestions for not requiring one parking space per bedroom in the non-coastal zone, but I haven't heard why they thought that was important.
My recollection with the parking was that because that recommendation had come from the Coastal Commission, that the requirement for one parking space per legally rented STR bedroom related more directly to the parking needs within the coastal zones, and that outside of the coastal zones, maybe the parking demand wouldn't be quite as high. And so to allow existing residential dwellings to also use STR, keeping the parking requirement potentially lower and more in line with the residential zoning parking standards.
Okay, thank you.
I have one question. I don't remember, it was one of the early slides that listed when all the different aspects of the ordinance that would go into effect. And it was, I think it was phrased detrimental impact to traffic. And I was drawing a blank on that. I really need some definition of what that actually meant or what part of the ordinance it was referring to, because I mean, generally agree with that idea, but I don't know what it means.
It's one of the operational requirements in Section 9-4-4905. And I can read you the language if I can find the ordinance. I'm sorry. I'm getting there. What was that?
Yeah, here it is.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright.
What?
I was just citing the
Council member,
packet
I'm
page.
so sorry. Apologies.
Oh, 18.
I'm just scrolling. There are quite a few of the operational requirements. I might need another minute to find
Sure,
that.
that's
or
fine.
I can
It doesn't
maybe
have
come
to
back
be answered
it.
right now. Just if you can make a note.
I'll
and
find
we'll
it,
get
yes,
to
thank
that.
you.
I have
Thank you.
another question.
Yes,
It is
please.
about inspection. You didn't mention that owner-occupied STR needs the home inspection. And I was like, you don't know how the house looks like. So because the owner lives in the house, it doesn't mean that the house has the requirements like smoke detector or a carbon monoxide detector in the house and other issues that should be checked out.
In the ordinance, for the hosted STRs, the operator would be required to self-certify that those things are present.
Oh, themselves. They had to do it themselves or they had to hire somebody?
It's a self-certification, so they would sign essentially an attestation as part of the application.
Oh, so they're going to say, I do have these smoke detectors, and they will certify themselves? Is that what you're saying?
It is a self-certification.
Oh,
Subject to all of the application
Okay,
provisions.
we can discuss so you understand what the definition is? So I recommend that on the other side of public comment, we would get into deliberation and discussion about our thinking.
And it's good to hear from you.
And thank you for bringing up that point.
Yeah.
And Madam Mayor and Director Updegrave, I believe I did find the use of the term detrimental, so if you want me to point that out.
That would be great. I'm still searching. Thank you.
So it's in
Control F.
Section 9-4.4908. It's the permit suspension and revocation. So permit revocation can occur when the short-term rental is operated in a manner detrimental to the public health, welfare, or safety, or constitutes a nuisance. And I believe your question related to when that became effective, when that section becomes effective?
Actually, my question was, what does detrimental impact to traffic mean? Like, how are we defining that?
Oh, detrimental impact to traffic. Well, traffic is not in that section.
Oh, okay.
It is in section 94905G.
G, yes.
No, 5G. Not create pedestrian, automobile, or truck traffic detrimental to property in the vicinity or neighborhood parking impacts. Oh, in the vicinity or neighborhood parking impacts. The property address shall be clearly marked. Okay, thank you for explaining where that was. I'll put a star by it so I can find it again. Okay. Any other, comments or clarifications before we open public comment? All right, public comment. Oops, wrong stack of cards. Where's the other stack of cards? Oh, here it is. I was about to call Aaron Clark. Okay, these will be the first three speakers: Suzanne Moore, Sophia Chang, and Stephanie Robbins.
Suzanne Moore, honorable council members and staff. Thank you, council and staff, and thank you, community members, for your work to establish a short-term rental ordinance that is reasonable for our community. It's difficult without data to know the full scope of impact of STRs on Pacifica, but we have many indicators that deserve attention. It is clear from Pacifica's housing and needs assessment that short-term rentals had negatively impacted Pacifica's long-term rental market, constrained already low vacancy rates, and increased rents in our community that are higher than our neighbors. We also hear complaints that STRs impact the quality of life in our neighborhoods, of inconsiderate short-term tenants, of absentee owners, and of little respite for some impacted neighbors. Although there are definitely responsible STR owners, the exceptions and the long-term impacts of STRs make this ordinance necessary. The community is asking for final edits to the current draft, and hosted STR operations should be limited to 60 nights rather than 90. The responsible person is local and able to report in person to the property within 30 minutes. Clearly state the two ordinance violations are within a 12-month period and that it can revoke the permit. Clearly state that a hosted rental is one in which the host is residing on the property for the duration of the rental. Remove the provision allowing STR owners to live in their ADU, and that's only if going to the ADU removes it from the long-term rental market, if that makes sense. And require inspections of unhosted and hosted STRs alike, and to investigate the enforcement of platform accountability if that proves to be something that is useful. These edits to the ordinance seem reasonable and can reduce current negative impacts on the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm Sophia Chang. Good evening, members of the Pacific City Council. I stand before you today as both a resident but also an SDR host. Like most of you in this room, we have all enjoyed staying in Airbnb when we traveled. I love getting to know the city. I love to work and shop and visit with the neighbors and the locals. I have shared our home with many families we've hosted here at my Pacifica home for family memorials, milestone birthdays, and illness recovery. In fact, a few of my neighbors, who I have since learned are opposed to SDRs, have used my home for free for their visiting family events of their own. I agree that there needs to be a tighter enforcement, but driving out Airbnb is not the solution, as it impacts a significant source of revenue for our beautiful city. For the city, for the funds, which we have yet to have a plan to fill the gap. Funds that are important for issues that were raised today, including wildfire prevention, tree trimming, debris cleaning, sewer infrastructure enforcement, and public safety. I know public services are not free, and the taxes derived from STR and Airbnb are a reliable source of income that benefits all of Pacifica residents and does not burden them. I really enjoy being an Airbnb host. I love Pacifica. I love sharing with restaurants and the hikes and the tennis clubs and the beach and the Taco Bell, and I thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Stephanie Robbins, then Patrick Beatty, and Alex Vardacostas.
Hi. Thank you for hearing the public today. I always appreciate the democratic process. I've lived in Pacifica for 25 years. I've lived in Sharp Park here for the last 19 years. And I do want to thank the city government for taking this situation seriously. I've already sent a letter. I'm not going to repeat what's in my letter, but I did want to just point out a few things that I think are important that I want to make sure are really thought about. So one being having ordinances that are similar to, say, Half Moon Bay and other coastal communities, such as a 60-day max for unhosted STRs, and really thinking about the quality of life for those of us who live here. In particular, when we talk about implementing the ordinances and having some of these having to wait for up to 2 years, that means that people living in deplorable situations with with not good hosts. We just heard from someone who obviously is a very good host, but the not good host, that people have to live with that for another 2 years. That's just not okay. This is our home. This is where we live. And then, let's see. And then I do want to say, I know you were talking a bit about platform accountability. I think that once we really get that moving and get the platforms working, we should be able to use those the way the other cities have. If Half Moon Bay can do that, I don't understand why Pacifica can't. If other coastal towns, we're not asking for anything outside of what other coastal towns are doing as well. And the final thing, of course, being I'm very much confused by the going back to the 60 days versus 90 days, why we're not going with what the California Coastal Commission suggested. And I also don't agree with the non-coastal communities having a different parking ordinance than coastal. Pacifica is one town. We should really have an ordinance that's clear and simple, and that parking is very, very important to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Patrick Beatty and Alex Vardacostas.
Hi,
Hi.
Patrick. Thank you for your work on the ordinance. Really appreciate it. I'm a resident of Pacifica and Sharp Park. I won't go over the other topics, I think, to save everybody's time, but I agree with a lot of the stuff. You can read the letter I sent in. But maybe I'll just focus on some of the things that are relevant to my experience and some of the things that maybe might, from my experience, be helpful. So my experience is probably with the unhosted STRs that are the problem. One across from me has like a split setup. They have like beds in hallways to make extra space for people to stay there. If you look on their website, if you just look at Airbnb or probably did a simple review, you would think they're not that bad. But on Google, on their reviews, they list in question and answer, 15 to 30 people allowed to stay. We do weddings and parties. I've had full-size trucks come up and unload large tables to host events there. And the police have been great in responding to things, but the owner is not. And that, unfortunately, that burden falls on the public that live there at their expense, and also the public servants, like the police, who have to do that work. So my background is also finance and real estate and economics, so I will just speak a little bit to the fiscal impact stuff. In my reading of the impact, it's very one-sided and very limited, and I think, admittedly, the staff has said that they would need a full actual consultancy to do it. I would agree, based on what I saw in the recommendation. It leaves out a lot of very basic, low-hanging fruit from the impact from what actually people that live here do, and hire TOTs from hotels. It's not preventing new STRs that are hosted to be there. Has a lot of assumptions that I think skew it negatively and in favor of people that would like to have unhosted STRs. I think most people who are citizens are happy to have hosted STRs because at least there's skin in the game for people that are doing that. But if you're unhosted, it's like a hotel that pops up near you. And I would just touch, last thing is on the inspection. I think it's really important because there's a lot of ways to get around this stuff. And I think people will try and get around it by claiming one unit is one big thing or not a multi-family unit as when they really are. So anyway, thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Alex Vardakostas, Anna Tong, Don Kreisman. Alex? Alex? Okay, no Alex. Anna Tong, Don Kreisman, Margaret Coles. No Anna? No Anna?
Good evening. My name is Don Kreisman, and I've been a host for 8 years, and have hosted probably 1,500 different guests in my neighborhood. And during that 1,500 years, or that those 1,500 guests, there's not been one complaint by any of my neighbors. I would really like to emphasize the difference in regulations and awareness between a hosted and an unhosted experience. Categorically different experience for the neighborhood, for the community, for everyone involved. And so as we go forward with the plans and the implementations, I think it's still very critical to keep that in mind, as a hosted experience is so much different. Thank you.
Thank you. Margaret Coles, Jen Hansen, Andy Myman.
Hi, Council, Mayor, staff. My name is Margaret Coles. I'm a manager of my family's pie business in the Sharp Park District on Palmetto. And today I am representing the Seaside Merchants Association and our position on this topic. We've recently done a lot of research to understand who's coming to our neighborhood, who's patronizing the businesses, and what the economic impact is for the kind of, if I'll admit, sort of burgeoning business environment on Palmetto. So historically, this area west of the freeway was a weekend village of, seaside cottages. People would come down here and stay in these little cottages and these tiny little homes, and they're sort of going back to that original use in the case of a lot of the short-term rentals. It's very charming. It's happened in many coastal cities. There isn't a lot of parking anyway because it was sort of a pre-car era in that neighborhood. So even people who are resident in the neighborhood often don't have off-street parking. It's a unique area of the city. It makes sense to host short-term rentals in this part of this district specifically because the trailheads are here, there are government services here, there are 2 large schools, there are 2 business zones with the Palmetto Francisco area and the Eureka Square area. There are 2 bars with live music. There are many cannabis shops. And there are 1 million cars that are passing by on Highway 1. It's not a quiet area, okay? Even the ocean is loud, right? This is, there are ambulances coming down every day, the Coast Guard helicopters. That's not even recology, right? The recology trucks coming out every day. There's a lot going on here. It's not a suburb. It is an area where it would be good to have a carve-out for short-term rentals. The people who come to this area are not ragers. They're not, coming for a party. That might not be the case elsewhere, but specifically here, we get a lot of families, mother, father of the bride, folks like this, heat refugees who are coming. We want to encourage those people to come because in our district, those visitors represent about $1 million in business revenue. A portion of that shows up in city taxes, right? That's a lot of money. And I'll tell you that although we do have local Pacificans shopping in our area, I see some of them here, you all don't support a full business district. The weekend visitors are making up that difference for us. And so we would want to encourage that a more nuanced look at how this is regulated.
Thank you very much. Jen Hansen, Andy Myman, Diane Emerson.
I'm back. First, I wanted to thank Samantha for that beautiful presentation. I walked in feeling grossly unprepared, and then she spoke, and I'm like, okay, I can do this now. So the one thing I would like to reiterate is platform accountability. We're not asking Airbnb and Vrbo and all these other companies to reinvent the wheel. They already do it for other coastal towns. They do it for San Francisco. Just add us in the list. It's just a little bit of coding. We're not asking for anything revolutionary. One of the things that I have found in my many years of collecting the data and would just like to throw out there, the idea of asking people when they're applying to submit their link to their listing. So places like HDL and myself could find their listing and would help make a lot of what HDL and I have been doing for years, and Brian, a lot easier. If we have your listing, we know what it is, we have your pictures and all that stuff, we don't have to go digging and trying to find addresses and things like that. One of the things I want to point out that the assistant city attorney said repeatedly, and it was on my list, is local responsible party. I see responsible party a lot in the ordinance, but the word local is missing there. I do know one family in Pacifica who has had to get a hold of whoever maintains the STR, and they don't even appear to be in our country. So at least having somebody in our time zone would be nice. The 60-night limit in line with Half Moon Bay and the Coastal Commission. Parking in, like was just brought up, Sharp Park versus parking on Crespi is very different, so I kind of understand the different requirements for the parking, taking in the consideration to layout. Two things that I'm asking, or three things that I'm asking. Please do inspections of all STRs. We need to know if they're happening in ADUs, even if they're hosted, are they legal bedrooms? I work with middle schoolers, they lie, especially even if when you say that you're legally signing your life away, they still lie. Please hold everybody accountable, especially when you as a city are saying that this person is okay and is following the rules. We need to hold everybody accountable, especially with swimming pools. We have a couple STRs that don't have fences around their pools. Let's keep our kids safe. Can we define non-commercial events? Because we have bachelor, bachelorette parties, baby showers, fraternity parties, baby gender reveals, all at the STR up the street, and what might be not, I forget the word, annoying to one is annoying to others, so please consider adding a couple examples like you do for commercial events. And another thing that is just important in my house with small children, requiring multi-story buildings to have fire ladders.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Andy Myman. Is it Myman?
It is.
Thank you.
You got it right. Andy Myman. I'll start by saying I support my fellow Pacifica residents in the call for a stronger ordinance on a couple fronts, a 60-day cap on the unhosteds, and platform accountability, I think, is it's a great thing that we could really take advantage of and lessen the burden of enforcement on the city. But I'm going to focus my comments on just one area of the staff report, and that is the fiscal analysis. And I request that council be skeptical when you hear opponents of the ordinance or making it stronger cite numbers from this report. The fiscal analysis materially misrepresents the impact by presenting only a single year extreme worst case scenario and characterizes it as an annual loss. Don't be fooled into making weak long-term policy by an incomplete one-sided short-term financial argument. You know, the report acknowledges, and we heard today, that a comprehensive economic impact study was not requested by council. That's true, but that is not justification to use back of the envelope, worst case only analysis in its place. So we can look at two key assumptions here to illustrate the point. The report assumes that over half of the units will be lost and never replaced due to their inability to permit. And there's a mistake in there, that part of that half that gets lost are all multifamily units are disallowed. The ordinance allows multifamily. You've heard how important the income is to the folks who own these, and I don't disagree, but isn't it reasonable to expect that many will figure out ways to fix their compliance issues? And if they can't, some of the other 100 plus currently operating non-tax compliant ones will gladly take their place. The permit number cited earlier of non-compliance of 8 is only those that are maybe trying to be compliant or had a permit at one point. But if you look at AirDNA, which is a site that supports Airbnb hosts, they say 260 units are operating. The report goes on to say that assuming the 66 STRs that continue to operate will operate only within the 60-night cap, the 90-night cap, and the TOT would be further reduced. That means all remaining STRs only rent their units for the 90 unhosted nights, and never a single one beyond that. Even today, that's not true. We have hosted rentals which would not be affected by the cap on unhosted nights, and the staff report incorrectly applies the 90-night cap to all STRs, regardless of STR state type. So my point is not to provide a better number, it's to caution you all on making long-term decisions based on short-term worst-case thinking and biased presentation. Without a balanced economic analysis, even a high-level one, council should be extremely wary of those making policy recommendations justified by negative economic consequence. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane Emerson, Brian Renero, and Gary Furlong.
Hi, Diane Emerson. I have a couple of asks and a
Diane, can you pull the mic a little closer or up or something?
How's that?
I think so.
Okay. I have a couple of asks and a perspective. I'm also a strong supporter of the 60-night maximum. If I did my basic mathematics, a 90-day maximum is 45 weekends of 2-night stays. And as someone who lived across the street from an STR, the prospect of 86% of my weekends having unknown visitors in my neighborhood is not palatable. The second is I'm also a very strong proponent of keeping the original plan of 1 parking space per bedroom. The STR across the street from me is not in the coastal zone, but we live on a cul-de-sac. And 2 parking spaces per that unit, when there are 4 bedrooms that could hold 8 adults, could have theoretically 8 cars on the cul-de-sac that I lived in. So I do think that it is reasonable to assume that the parking 1 per bedroom should apply outside the coastal zone as well as in the coastal zone. And finally, on the parking issue, the house across the street from us decided to put in an unpermitted sauna in their garage and add in a couple of arcade machines, which reduced the available parking in the garage from 2 spaces to 1. Second, the next thing is I do think that having the unlimited children under 12 is a problem. The house across the street, we had 8 adults and kids soccer teams, and you're talking about now having an occupancy level that could reach well above 3 or even 4 human beings per bedroom. There really is no way to determine as a neighbor how many children are under 12 are in the house across the street. And from a perspective standpoint, I do think the reason you see as many people here as you have in these hearings is even with a tighter ordinance, the reality is that the enforcement of this is going to come down to the people in this room. We're the ones that are going to have to call the police to make noise complaints. We're the ones that are going to see how many cars are illegally parked in our neighborhood. We're the ones that are going to have to call the responsible party and make a complaint to set the record the city can use later. So I think taking our very real considerations seriously is imperative. We live here, we vote here, and we live next to these STRs that none of us wanted to live next to. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Renero, Gary Furlong, and then Gary Chinka.
Mayor Beckmeyer, Council Members Bowles, Espinosa, Wright, and Beer. Thank you very much, Brian Renero, Pedro Point. The council has made great strides in getting towards a very strong ordinance, and I want to thank also prior members of the council, returning members, and the new members have all been contributing hard to making this work, and we were very close. But as you guys detect, there are some major loopholes. Consider the two loopholes just discussed here, where an ADU can, the owner of an STR, an operator of an STR can live in an ADU, and the attached house is a hosted STR. That in combination with the fact that we're defining hosted as the operator doesn't actually have to be present on the property, those two loopholes in combination are the headshot to this ordinance. It will make it totally ineffective, almost by design, right? The second thing I want to make note of is that platform accountability works because it does not target the content of the ads. What the Assistant City Attorney just said is accurate but incomplete. Platform accountability attacks the behavior. It penalizes the transaction that's being conducted on the platform, not the content. And this is why it has always won every legal challenge in San Francisco, in Santa Monica, and in New York, right? So this is the most economical system of enforcement. It's the most effective, and it's the most legally robust. And this is why we should have it. And I'll say one thing about the economy of platform of accountability. I believe our contract with HCL is some $300,000 to do this enforcement. These companies, by their name, epononymously, are bookings.com. They handle the books. Their whole business is about managing booking, and they can turn on this information for us today. One thing I would note about our relationship with Airbnb is, even when it was better, at what point in any of the conversations that the city has had with Airbnb was the question asked, golly, why aren't you adhering to our current ordinance right now with 150 cap? You're making us look bad. It would be a lot easier to make a case for Airbnb if you just adhere to our existing ordinance. But of course, the answer is that they're not interested in enforcement, so we have to. And I'll tell you what I'm also not interested in is doing things that make Airbnb happy. I'm interested in making them angry. I think that's a good rubric that we're on the right track. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Gary Furlong.
Evidently, the TOT from STRs is the Pacifica City version of crack cocaine, as it appears to be highly addictive to the point of driving much of the discussion about STRs that we're having. My name is Gary Furlong, and while I know I look fluffy and harmless, I did retire from being the director of a division of a corporation where I was in charge of business planning and oversaw the people that collected data for business planning. I want to thank Andy for the comments that he's made, and I want to follow those up. Those who've read the staff report know that the study projects a loss of up to $1.5 million in TOT from the change of the STRs and the revisions that we currently have. That said, if you look more closely at the fiscal impact that is discussed on packet pages 55 and 56, the report itself indicates that the basis for these numbers is indeed a worst-case scenario. It is not supposed to be modeling what may actually happen or what is realistic. It is a worst-case scenario. In reading the material provided, one of the key assumptions is that just under half the total number of our currently compliant STRs, 66 out of the 139, will not be able to provide a single off-street parking space, and therefore they will not be compliant. So you're telling me that 66 STRs that we currently have cannot provide one single parking place off-street. I find that hard to believe, especially if we go to some of these people and say, you're not compliant because you need a parking place, and they say, okay, you know what? I've got 10 years of National Geo in the garage. Maybe I'll get rid of those finally. Or I've got a car that we haven't used for 20 years, as one of my neighbors has. Maybe we'll get rid of that. There are options for becoming compliant. There is no allowance made for even one additional STR starting up in this projection. There is no allowance made for the increased TOT from hotels that will certainly have higher occupancy rates. There is no allowance made for the hotels possibly increasing their nightly rates. But let's skip forward. The most egregious flaw that Andy pointed out is that the new revision will allow hosted STRs to go for more than 90 days. The assumption is 90 days or less. That is completely inaccurate. It is also inaccurate, and I just realized this tonight listening to the earlier presentations, where the projection says that multifamilies will not be allowed to have STRs in their homes going forward. That's not true. If the STR is a hosted STR, it can happen in a multifamily according to the provisions that we currently have. The projection is not only a worst-case scenario projection, it is a deeply flawed projection. And we need to stop using that $1.5 million number. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Gary Chinka, Rebecca Smith Coggins, Danny Estrella.
Good evening. First, I'd like to thank staff, the Planning Commission, and the City Council for their hard work on this ordinance. I'd like to see the ordinance adopted. A few changes, maybe. One, I think that there should be a uniform parking ordinance consistent with the Coastal Commission. I don't think the residential area should have a different parking ordinance than the Coastal Commission. I heard a term earlier, self-certification or of compliance. I wouldn't fall for that one. I think that we need Airbnbs, all of them, to be inspected. I think the cost of inspection, compliance, and enforcement be borne by the STR owners. I also think that children should be counted as full-size adults when considering the occupancy of an Airbnb. It was mentioned earlier that there was one case where there was 8 adults and a soccer team. So I think the ordinance is pretty good right now. I think it needs some tweaking. I urge City Council to adopt it, and I would like to see it put into effect almost immediately and not wait a year or two or even till October. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you. Rebecca Smith Coggins, Danny Estrella, Bob O'Donnell.
Hello, I'm Rebecca Smith Coggins, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you all today. I am honored that you all have spent so much time on this topic. I think that that is a real testament to your interest and willingness to listen to us about this. I have a couple of points that have been made, so I won't say much about them other than I really do believe 60 days is a much better number for unhosted. We lived next to a property that had 2 unhosted STRs for a number of years. And, you know, it was just so off-putting to have strangers there all the time. They now, I think because of all the work you've done, they've switched to long-term rental, and now we have a parent in one house and an adult child in the other, and they're wonderful neighbors. It was just a wonderful solution. So some things are improving already. But I also would like to reiterate that I think getting the hosted STRs inspected is important, as well as the unhosted. I do believe that a maximum child limit would make sense. Being the mother of 3 sons and 3 grandsons, I mean, you know, it's hard to keep track of that many kids and keep them out of trouble if there's no max. You might think like 3 children with 2 adults or 2 children with 1 adult, some guideline would be useful. And the last point that I wanted to make is this whole idea of violations within 12 months. It seems like it might be good if a 2-year period is looked at and analyzed, like 2 violations in 24 months would knock them out for 24 months, something like that, so it's not such a quick turnaround. Just my last thought. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Danny Estrella, Bob O'Donnell.
Council members, my name is Danny Estrella. I was raised non-Hispanic, so I just pronounce it as Estrella. But I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak on the short-term rental issue. I and my wife, Lisa, we've been residents and active members of the Pacifica community for over 30 years. We care about our community and show it by engaging in local cultural, social, and economic activities. For me, I was active in the local surf club as the vice president and coordinator of surf contests. I'm active with the Pedro Point Community Association, coordinating community events at our social hall, the Pedro Point Firehouse. Lisa's active in the local arts community, displaying her artwork at exhibitions at the Sanchez Art Gallery and local businesses. We volunteer at one of the beverage booths at the Pacifica Fog Fest. My point is, you see, it's the long-term residents who are making up the rich fabric of the Pacifica community. It's the residents, including my neighbors who are here tonight, assembled here to work and help with the City Council and the Planning Commission to do the business of meeting the responsibilities to the citizens of Pacifica. That moment of silence represents those people who would like to be part of the fabric of the Pacifica community, but they can't because houses that were built to be homes for families are not available because they're being used as hotels, as STRs in a residential neighborhood. Families with children can't have their children attend the Pacifica schools. And we are now in a crisis of closing schools because there aren't enough children to attend them. We are concerned about the number of unhosted short-term rentals that are operating in the city and the lack of sensible restrictions placed upon them. Too often, the guests at unhosted STRs are disruptive and inconsiderate to the long-term residents of the community. I oppose allowing any unhosted STRs in Pacifica. A residential neighborhood is zoned for residents, not hotels. STRs are businesses and conflict with the nature of a community neighborhood. Residents should not have to suffer and pay the price for these poorly managed businesses. I strongly urge the City Council to approve the current STR proposal at a minimum and reject any unhosted STRs in Pacifica. Pacifica's residents, schools, and its neighborhoods are counting on you. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob O'Donnell, Leo Leon, Lila Renero.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Bob O'Donnell, 52-year resident, 1319 Aspen Drive. Many of our citizens have been living for years now with the unintended consequences of our inadequate ordinance. It was passed in 2018 and has come to light very clearly from the comments you've heard tonight, a whole litany of problems, including noise, parking, congestion, litter, intoxication, and other quality of life issues in our local neighborhoods. The good news is a lot of work has been done by the city staff, the Planning Commission, and the City Council, and we really appreciate this new ordinance. But there are some things that still need to be done to improve it. I'd recommend three things. Number one, as has been mentioned several times already, the 90-day provision for unhosted properties is too much. These are properties that were imposed in our neighborhoods, and they have profit-making motives, but they have consequences to all the neighbors around us. And we think 60 days is a much more reasonable accommodation. And you please consider that, 90 days versus 60 days. It's an important thing for your neighbors. The second thing is the current language is kind of slow-paced. We're looking at 2025, October this year, for the non-coastal issues to be addressed, and then a following year, October 2026, before the coastal areas will be addressed. We've already been dealing with these problems for 2 and 3 and 4 years in our neighborhoods, and that's kind of slow walking. I ask you to look at the language and see if we can somehow increase the timeline, compress the timeline, and get these new ordinances provisions into effect as soon as possible. And the third thing is, again, the hosted versus the unhosted properties. These are all for-profit properties, and life safety is a real issue in them. People are sleeping in these homes, whether they're hosted or unhosted. And it's very important that fire codes and building codes be properly addressed. And I think self-compliance is out the door. These are properties that really need to be inspected officially by the city and affirm that they are safe properties for occupation, for residents, and for visitors. So we've come a long way. We're almost there, but we're not there yet. And I ask you to listen to the comments you've heard tonight and go back into the ordinance and look and see if ways you can improve that and take us home, because we're going to be living this ordinance for 5 or 6 years, and your neighbors are living in these neighborhoods with these properties around them, and we're feeling the effects, and we have been feeling the effects. We need to have improvement. So I trust that you'll do the right thing. And again, I thank the city staff and the council and the planning commission for your work.
Thank you. Leo Leon, Lila Renero, Sherry Wyatt.
Starting now. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I want to thank you for taking the steps to update our short-term rental ordinance. You know, and I'm encouraged by the language in the ordinance, and I think it serves as a good guide going forward just to understand the purpose and intent of the ordinance, which is to establish regulations governing short-term rentals in residential properties within the city of Pacifica in order to ensure the health, safety, and residential property within the city of Pacifica, to ensure the health, safety, and welfare of residents. That's a good goal. It speaks to the people. And for units of 30 days or less, consecutive days, while preserving the residential character of neighborhoods and preventing short-term rental activities from becoming a nuisance or a threat to public health, safety, or welfare. Those are good goals to remember and apply all elements that you consider to the intent and purpose of the ordinance itself. You know, to put it simply, a guiding principle, you might boil it down to say, we're going to decrease impacts to neighbors and neighborhoods, and we're going to enforce regulations and place accountability on STR operators. So everything we should look at should be consistent to those goals and the law that we're enacting here. It doesn't make sense not to do that. So to that point, we should have inspections, fire, public safety, building department on all STRs. Not to do so, I don't think it meets the criteria that we set out for ourselves. The other thing I want to talk about is the ADUs. ADUs, we have a housing crisis, so ADUs should be available for people to live in. It's a lower income housing situation, opportunity for somebody, not to provide flexibility that's not required in the ordinance. It doesn't line up. So you get the gist of where I'm going with this. We've got a regulation that speaks to the health, welfare, safety of the people. Let's apply everything that we're considering to that standard to the maximum extent possible. And I thank you for that. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Lila Renero, Sherry Wyatt, Kathy Moresco.
Good evening, council members, city staff, and fellow concerned Pacificans. My name is Lila Renero. Tonight, I won't reiterate the policy changes that many others have already suggested in their comments, both written and oral. I echo those ideas, especially for platform accountability. My family and I have lived in Pacifica since 2012. It was absolutely perfect when we first moved here, literally like a breath of fresh air after living most of my adult life in San Francisco at that point on a very busy, trafficy street. I'm speaking on behalf of many Pacificans who have been suffering from the negative impacts of having unregulated hotels in our neighborhoods for far too long now. We've had to deal with nuisance issues like excessive noise, cigarette smoke, overflowing garbage, parking issues, blocking access for emergency vehicles, and the like. But worse than any of that, for my family, is the constant fear of turnover of strangers staying next to our home and what that might bring. Literally hundreds of strangers per year. I don't feel safe allowing my kids to run around freely in our yard, and I need to keep the blinds on their bedrooms closed at all times. We moved here to reside in a family-friendly, safe neighborhood. Instead, we feel afraid every time a new guest is set to arrive. Other issues my family and I have been subject to are entitled guests from 400 Belfast who have thrown debris towards our house, guests who arrive in our driveway and try to enter our home because GPS prematurely tells them that they have arrived at their destination, and multiple threatening letters from a lawyer hired by Marbella Lane and the property owner of 400 Belfast. By the way, other Pacifica residents with the misfortune of living next to Marbella Lane properties have received similar threatening lawyer letters. The Pacifica School District community is suffering immensely right now with the site closure and consolidation. Our population's been in decline over the past 5 years, and having housing supply with STRs certainly is not helping the situation. Every time a house goes on the market near us, our hearts are full of dread that it will become another STR. Pacificans are not being unreasonable by asking for these changes. On the contrary, we're actually quite generous in tolerating having unhosted STRs at all. I'd be perfectly happy with banning them entirely. I want to live in a neighborhood with neighbors, just as the house at 400 Belfast used to have a family whose teenage daughter would babysit our girls when they were younger. It would be so much preferable to have a family there now whose kids, our kids, could babysit or care for their pets. Thanks for your time tonight and everything you've done so far. We're getting there. We're real close.
Thank you. Sherry Wyatt, Kathy Maresco, Joanne Gold. No Sherry Wyatt? Okay. Kathy Maresco, Joanne Gold, Albert Zhang.
Okay, questions that I had about the ordinance have been answered through most of the previous speakers and through your discussion. The only thing that I wanted to add to it is Pacifica has become really, really popular, and we do have a housing shortage. So any of the short-term rentals that come off the market as short-term rentals, I would like the city to work with the owners to encourage that they become rentals right away, because there are a lot of vacant properties in Pacifica that should be used for housing. And my other question was the 90-day provision under the short-term ordinance. Here in West Sharp Park, the short-term rentals are not rented only on weekends. They're rented all the time. So you could potentially have a property that's rented through the summer and then vacant for the rest of the year, which would be a shame. That would be a waste of potential housing. So just some considerations. Thank you.
Thank you. Joanne Gold, Albert Zhang, Connie Menifee.
Hi, council members. I want to first thank you for the work that you've done so far in developing a robust STR ordinance for the city. I really applaud your efforts and thank you for your very thoughtful consideration and deliberation. And you probably don't need to hear from me, because really everything that was said by people like Brian Ranero, Andy Myman, Gary Furlong, Danny Estrella, they pretty much already said everything that I would want you to hear and consider. But I just did want to add my voice to please ask you to just not fumble the ball at these final moments, that we're so close. This ordinance is looking really good, but there are a few more final revisions that are needed. You've already heard from another number of people who submitted their comments to that effect in their written notes to council and here tonight. In particular, please pay attention to reducing the limits of the unhosted nights from 90 down to 60. This is essential. 90 nights is 45 weekends a year. That is not a home. That is a hotel. And please close the loopholes around the ADU use. Don't allow the ADUs to be used as what would essentially become a motel office as opposed to an additional dwelling unit. Those two elements alone will have such a huge impact on the housing inventory in Pacifica. If we can't stop incentivizing the use of these single-family homes as unhosted full-time STRs by making them more profitable than a long-term rental or a home, we're missing the whole point of this. And please add essential platform accountability to the ordinance, which puts the onus of enforcement on the Airbnbs and the other STR platforms by penalizing them for listing any illegal, unpermitted properties. It's an effective enforcement strategy that has been undefeated in all prior legal challenges. So again, there were several more excellent common sense revisions that were pointed out by community members and neighbors. So please don't rush to approve what's in front of you. Make these important revisions, and thank you so much for doing this.
Thank you. Albert Zhang, Connie Menefee, Alan Highland.
Good evening, council members. My name is Albert. My husband and I are Pacifica residents. When we travel, we occasionally rent out our home as a hosted Airbnb. We take pride in being responsible operators, respecting our neighbors, and contributing to the community. I appreciate that part of this ordinance aims to manage STRs more effectively. However, the 90-day cap and primary residence requirement and the QR code are overly restrictive, economically damaging, and unfair to responsible operators. The city already limits STR permits to 150. STR generate almost $2 million annually in tax and fees. According to city estimates, these new restrictions could cause lost revenue in between 1.4 to 1.5 million per year, not including the further economic losses from reduced tourism spending at local businesses. Meanwhile, enforcement costs are expected to increase by up to $100,000 annually, meaning the city would lose revenue while spending more. Beyond tax revenue, STR guests directly support Pacifica's local economy in ways we see firsthand. Just recently, a guest told us they visited Pacifica Taqueria and David Bagel in a single day. These aren't hypothetical situations. This is real spending that benefits our small businesses. Additionally, requiring a public QR code with personal info poses privacy and safety risks for hosts. No other business or rental property is required to do so in Pacifica. I fully support reasonable regulation that address legitimate concerns, but these provisions do not do that. Instead, they penalize responsible operators, reduce city revenue, and harm local business. I urge you to take a more balanced approach, one that preserves tax revenue, protects homeowners, and keeps Pacifica a welcome place for visitors. In the end, I really liked one of the previous speakers' words. Please hold everyone accountable. I'm just wondering, when we see our public service cut, or we need funds to do projects like seawall, but we don't have the money because we lost this TOT. I'm just wondering who we should hold accountable at that time. Thank you.
Thank you. Connie Menefee, Alan Highland, and Absalom, I think. Please go ahead.
Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening.
Almost all of the houses on my small cul-de-sac prominently display Pacifica Homes Are Not Hotels signs, angled so as to face the unhosted STR, which has disrupted the once quiet enjoyment of our close-knit neighborhood for almost 3 years. The owner-investor at 1 Sequoia Way, negligently managed by Marbella Lane, is essentially an absentee landlord who doesn't give a rat's ass about anything but his profit margin. Meanwhile, we endure the multiple vehicles, the 24/7 strangers, the noise, the unsightly neglect of the property. Strengthen this STR ordinance per the recommendations of Pacifica Homes Are Not Hotels, and then enforce it. Increase the permit fees and the violation and inspection fees to make the program self-funding. And by the way, build some more hotels in this town. At their meeting last month, the planning commissioners acknowledged the big demand for more hotels in Pacifica and the need to correct the imbalance between TOT generated from hotels versus STRs. This would go a long way towards addressing the lost revenue concern. I'll conclude with my favorite quote from a June 2024 City Council study session where Council Member Big Stick declared, "If you want to operate a hotel, then buy a hotel." Thank you. You remember that, Tiger?
Thank you. Alan, Highland, Absalom, Russell Jones.
Okay. I just want to say that it is unfortunate that there are a few bad hosts that are getting all the attention and tarnishing the reputation of all the other hosts that are trying to do a good job running a short-term rental. Parking issues, parties, after-hour noise are all issues that no neighbor should have to deal with. And we host an SDR, agree with many of these concerns of residents here tonight. We want to share our experience that we have, how we have conducted ourselves. We have a home on a quiet cul-de-sac. We have strict parking rules for our guests where parking is limited to the garage and the driveway. You can hear a pin drop in the calm evenings, and we've never had any disturbance calls since we vet our guests thoroughly. We provide a guidebook of local businesses showing restaurants, stores, our favorite cafe, craft shops, etc., helping boost local businesses. And we have a great relationship with our neighbors that we invite over for daytime gatherings and our parties when we're there. And we have supported the local school by offering prizes for stays at our home as a fundraiser. And some of the additional pros of the short-term rentals is the financial benefit to the city of Pacifica. And I think having short-term rentals in Pacifica introduces a lot of visitors that wouldn't know about the city, and it's just a good way to get the word out there. Overall, I think having too high a percentage of short-term rentals in a community is never going to be a good thing, but there seems to be a reasonable cap right now, and things have stabilized. Weeding out the bad actors would resolve many of the issues that have been brought up here tonight, and yeah, that was pretty much it. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Could you pronounce your name for me, please?
That would be Absalom.
Absalom.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. I manage and run a small SDR. And hearing from everybody, I don't see children anymore. And it's not because of SDR. I don't see families anymore because look at the housing in California. Look at the housing in San Francisco here, millions of dollars. How can a teacher afford this? Oh. How can a teacher afford to buy any of these homes? How can a public worker afford any of this? But closing the door of Pacifica for business is not good for anyone at the end of the day. We want to attract more people. If there are more people, there is more economy, then there is more house. But just blaming like bad few apples, we all have to respect each other. We all have to live by the rules. We all have to talk to our neighbors. If there is a problem, go talk to your neighbor. If they don't listen, then you can involve the authorities. But just because of few people, look at San Francisco. They shut down everything. I had 2 businesses, everything has to be shut down because there are no more people coming in. One of my businesses depended 100% on tourists. We don't have any. So instead of like forcing everybody to shut down the ones that are creating the problems. And I would say like short-term rentals did not bring this problem of shortage of homes, building restrictions, codes. It's extremely expensive to build anything here. Extremely expensive. It's not gonna, like, restricting STRs is not gonna solve that problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Steckbart, and then Kimberly Finale. Oh, Russell, sorry. I'm sorry. I turned your card over. Sorry. I apologize.
It's okay. That sums up my experience in Pacifica so far.
I know, right? I apologize.
No worries. As all of you know, because I've been here every meeting, I run an unhosted STR by the current ordinance standards. It's so important that we acknowledge that there is much we all agree on here. Bad ST operators do not belong in Pacifica. The reason that I'm here, the reason that so many other good STR operators showed up today is because the ordinance, well-intentioned as it is, just is excessive in a couple areas and is gonna harm a lot of operators who have done nothing wrong. And there's gotta be some sense of moral justice in our thought process to say, if we're doing that, let's pause and not do that. I just wanna be really clear. Nothing in this ordinance affects me. I can comply with every single piece of this ordinance, but I'm still here because I'm a Pacifican and because I care about other people. I don't just care about what happens to me. That's one of the reasons why every meeting, I listen to every single complaint people said was bad about STRs, and I came to you and presented in these meetings ideas on how we could curtail those problems, eliminate those problems. That's all I'm asking. Focus on eliminating the bad operators, but let Pacifica continue to enjoy the good things about STRs, which is over $2 million in revenue. I've heard continual references to the fact that this program is so expensive that it's not paying for itself. That's not true. Our contract with HDL covers so many aspects of our running our city. HDL also supplies permits for other things. $300,000 in cost is not dwarfed by $2 million in revenue. Any business would be thrilled for those kinds of profit margins. So we've got to just pause and say, what are we doing that's harming people who have done nothing wrong and done so much good for our city? An earlier person referred to STR revenue as crack cocaine. It's not crack cocaine. It's economics. Our city currently doesn't generate enough revenue to pay for the services that we need to supply. So cutting out another 5% of our revenue while increasing the costs to maintain it does not make sense. So here's my suggestion. All of this could be fixed. Every single good operator could be made whole if you simply redefine what it... Is that my time?
Yes.
Boy, that 3 minutes goes fast.
I know.
I think I've already made all my points clear in emails.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, ignore what just happened. I would like to reiterate you have amendments in your packet that I think you ought to seriously address. They improve neighborhood preservation. They improve the neighborhood's ability to enforce this because nobody else is going to do it at 10 o'clock at night. Nobody's going to count kids going in the house. So I would suggest 60 days occupancy and count the kids, parking. Why require on-site if you let them park on the street? I mean, it's sort of silly. Cul-de-sacs will get jammed up. There's no parking in the coastal zone generally. Beach Boulevard, 0. My cul-de-sac, very little. You have to acknowledge that. In fact, you get a ticket in your own parking lot if you don't have a parking permit. So you all know how to regulate parking on city council nights. So don't throw our neighborhoods under the bus. Platforms, regulate the big ones. If they register with a platform in Bulgaria, nobody's going to see it, and they'll go broke. So Chase, Vrbo, Airbnb, the top 5. Compliance, calls for service. Everybody says the good actors. Well, there's 3 good actors out of 150 to 200, depending on who you agree with. I would suggest that since we don't know calls for service, put it on the website. Everybody on Nextdoor is complaining about lack of data. And I can assure you the Airbnb across the street from me has got at least 50 and maybe as many as 70 complaints, and there's no public record. We are absolutely in the dark. Staff will not release this. It's been asked for and ignored. Again, the website, let's talk about 1138 Grand, Teton. There was discussion on Nextdoor that it's a problem property. If, in fact, this is the right one, because I don't know, the list of Airbnbs is not on the city website that's current. Grand Teton sold in September as 4 bedrooms. It's now leased out at 6. So somehow they got 2 more bedrooms. You need an advisory committee. Climate Action's going to have one. I think Airbnb enforcement needs one. So the community is fully involved. There are thousands of people waiting for you to fix this, and, you know, it ball's in your court. Thank you.
Thank you. Kimberly Finale. Appropriately, that is the final card that I have, unless there's another one coming forward. And I'm sure there's folks on the phone, but please go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and city staff. My name is Kimberly Finale, Pacifica resident. I am here this evening speaking as a private citizen. I'm going to take a little bit of a different approach like I normally do and begin by just letting you know, because you probably don't, my daughter is a full-time student who got a late start on her higher education after an emergency surgery on her spine right out of high school. She's not only my daughter, she's my friend and my housemate. She's a kind, compassionate young person who loves animals, other kind humans, and the ocean. She also wants to be a preschool teacher. She's currently a student teacher at Ocean Shore School in Manor, walking distance from our home. It's ideal. I'm so excited and proud that she's able to begin a career doing what she loves right here in Pacifica. Here's the problem. Once she receives her accreditation, she may not be able to afford to continue living in Pacifica on her own in the city that she loves, where her mom and grandpa live. And she will not have the opportunity to work at the school where she is receiving a valuable mentorship by a warm, dedicated staff of teachers and their aides. One could argue that due to the number of short-term rentals in Pacifica, that there is a shortage of homes available to families and the teachers that care for, educate, and nurture their children. Perhaps that is the very contributing factor that has led to the lack of funding that is the cause of imminent local school closures. Perhaps that is an additional contributing factor to the lack of affordable teacher housing here in our city. Who are we going to look out for? Kids and families, or folks looking to make a profit? If you live in your ADU and rent out your main house short term, a family could be living there. Those kids could be attending our schools, or a teacher could live there, contributing to the local economy in the most organic way imaginable. Do I have more time?
You do.
Additionally, one could argue that this is an environmental issue as well. Families who live here, shop here, walk here, play here, and stay here. They're invested in the community as an extension of their own family. Short-term renters are not. Please, council members, remember who makes up the colorful thread that is the fabric of this community and hear what they are asking of you this evening. I support these critical revisions to the draft ordinance. Unhosted STR operations limited to 60 nights, not 90. The responsible person being local and able to report in person to property within 30 minutes if necessary. Loopholes closed around the definition of hosted STR and ADU use. Requiring inspections for all unhosted and hosted STRs alike. Enforcement with platform accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Assistant City Clerk.
There are 4 raised hands. There are 4+ raised hands. The first is for Caitlin Quinn.
Please go ahead.
Oh, hi. Hi, Mayor Beckmeyer and City Council members. First of all, everybody, huge apologies that I can't be there in person tonight, but I have RSV, and if you are thinking of getting it, don't, because it is absolutely no fun. I want to thank you, City Council members, for all the incredible work and the long hours you've put into revising Pacifica's STR ordinance. And this draft ordinance that we have is a really great start, but it needs several revisions and tweaks, as you've been hearing tonight. These are the things that are going to keep corporations and out-of-town investors from operating unregulated hotels masquerading as homes here in our city. First, as you've heard from so many people, please lower the maximum night an unhosted STR can operate from 90 nights down to 60. 60 nights of unhosted rentals per year, plus the ability to rent out a room or portion of a home as a hosted rental, gives any Pacifica resident ample opportunity to leverage their home for extra income while dissuading corporations and out-of-town investors from flipping our homes into hotels. Please amend the ordinance's definition of hosted with language requiring that the host be on site for the duration of the rental, especially during the hours of 10 p.m. and 8 a.m. Look, if the host is not sleeping on the property, then they're not actually hosting it. Please give Pacifica the opportunity to avail of enforcement assistance from billionaire tech giants by legislating for platform accountability. Why should Pacifica have to spend thousands of dollars with outside consultants and hundreds of staff hours on ferreting out unpermitted STRs when the online platforms can simply not post or remove any Pacifica STR listing that doesn't have a valid permit number? Non-compliant STRs are basically cockroaches with walls. You get one taken care of and 3 more pop up. The platforms can help alleviate this with one click of a button. Why not legislate to grant the city this tool? Those 14 non-compliant STRs we have now, boom, they're gone. Airbnb, Vrbo, they can take them right off now. I'm also very concerned about the fact that all of the provisions of this ordinance that could actually give relief to the pain of our community are being kicked down the road as long as possible until the permits come up for renewal. I can understand granting some amnesty around the permanent residency requirement, perhaps. What I can't understand is how limiting the number of visitors coming to visit the STR guests and also the hours, and or prohibiting the use of pools and spas from operating after 10 p.m., how is that not impossible to make that effective immediately? Plus, the provision about no amplified music, like, why do we have to wait until a permit gets renewed in October?
Caitlin,
for an Yes.
It's dinging. Your time is up.
Sorry, I can't hear. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
The next raised hand is for Arlene Zhao.
Please go ahead.
Hi, good evening. My name is Arlene Zhao, and I actually attended every meeting for the STR. I heard every complaints, every suggestions. I feel like the main thing now is not the STR itself, but it's the enforcement. If the city already established a very good STR ordinance, but lots of people, they are not some of the hosts, they are not complying with it. So that's why we have so many issues. But if we have currently inspection or any many rules, then we should have a better plan. So basically, there are 4 problematic properties out of the 15 properties. That means more than 97% of the licensed STR operators, they are compliant with all the regulations. Also, they are good citizens. Penalizing all of these good STR operators, I don't think that will be a fair thing to do. Also, from the city's 2023 annual comprehensive financials report, together with TOT tax and also permit fee, license fee, and other taxes generated by STR, it will be 2.5 million annually to cities. So I think if we can kick out all the bad actors and make the enforcement effective, and we should have a good future. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
The next raised hand is for Alex.
Alex Vardakostas? Or just Alex?
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm so sorry. Thank you. Okay. First off, I actually want to say, Caitlin, I hope your RSV gets better. Next off, I want to jump into just kind of go away from the whole situation and point out kind of a degree of perspective that I think would be helpful for the kind of what's going on here. So, number one, you hear things like, oh, like if we lost STRs, we'd have an increase in schooling. Perspective is that STRs make up like 1% of Pacifica homes. So I just would not expect any change there. There's a conversation about it causing rental price issues when the reality is that rental prices in Pacifica lag the national price increases that we've seen over the past like roughly 5 years, like significantly. The next thing is like a kind of a common like, oh, well, like the city staff doesn't know what they're talking about. That $1.5 million budget increase will be made up by new STRs and so forth. The reality is that when San Francisco enacted, when they banned non-primary residence hosting, they lost literally half of their STRs. They didn't come back. And so all these things are real. And this is all in the face of, as Arlene mentioned, 97% of STRs are compliant. So it's this like amazing thing that Pacifica has. And yet there's this discussion of an outright ban. And to go further, there's a conversation about like, oh, well, like we're kind of like Half Moon Bay and how come they can do it and everything. The conversation is actually far stricter than Half Moon Bay. Half Moon Bay, Oceanside, and Laguna Beach and the other coastal towns that I've looked at have the least allowed for unrestricted STRs in commercial residential zones. If for no other reason, there's obvious reason that benefits the commercial corridors. It's only like in Pacifica, it's like a few dozen properties or something like that. If for no other reason, the Coastal Commission, it kind of helps them like lubricates the process of them permitting it. In Pacifica, we're talking about banning those as well. And so I just really hope that that we can all kind of come together with a little bit more, with a cooler kind of ordinance that allows us to maintain the good thing that we have, which is high TOT taxes that benefit everybody, and allow for tourists to come and enjoy this amazing town that I love, while at the same time enacting badly needed ordinances that can kick out the bad actors. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next raised hand is for Cindy Abbott.
Please go ahead.
Hello again, Cindy Abbott, 28-year full-time Sharp Park resident. In fact, in my house built almost 100 years ago, that in 1930 has always been a full-time residence. I want to thank you and your current and past council members. You've worked really hard listening to the community, finding the balance between unlimited, unhosted rentals where no one lives anymore, putting controls on that, and preserving the ability for local homeowners to supplement their income by offering space in their primary residence. The topic of short-term rentals has shown significant community building and a show of democracy. Residents from throughout the city have come together to share their deep concern about the disruption and peaceful enjoyment of our homes, impact on neighborhood character, loss of housing, and affordable rental opportunities. It's not a few bad actors. It's the impact on residential neighborhoods citywide, and it's about so much more than money. It's our community. We want neighbors. We want people to be able to live here. A comment in the public comment letters today stated it really well. A city is more than the revenue it collects. It's a community of neighbors and neighborhoods. And this is what the Coastal Commission has been telling us. I included in my public comment letter comments that started the year by Justin Cummings about how the Coastal Commission has realized that they need to preserve housing in the coastal zone and move away from unhosted rentals. We've talked about parking. We've heard that talking about, but throughout your conversations, because I've been in on these since June of 2022, council members have spoken about one rule for everyone. You've had that conversation. You all agreed there should be no distinction between coastal and non-coastal zone. I hope for platform accountability, you put it in there. It's not this onerous legal thing. Have a data company, which is what all of these folks are, flip the switch. The data field is already there, no coding required. Don't take away the intent of ADUs. It's all through your housing element, general plan, and everything that ADUs are there to increase long-term housing, not to provide an income opportunity in a large primary residence. Please look at the definitions of owners and operators. We've talked about the need for actual natural persons, human beings who are the operators. Please add in a definition of owner and make an operator be a natural person, a human being. And I included in my letter the information on the responsible local person. The Half Moon Bay Ordinance has it right. It has a lot of detail, including what that responsible person is supposed to be doing.
Cindy, the time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
The next raised hand is for Elda.
Please go ahead.
My name is Elda, and I'm a former resident of Pacifica. I lived in Pacifica for 4 years before moving and currently operate one property as an unhosted short-term rental host. My husband and I take great pride in being responsible and dedicated hosts. We are reachable by phone within 10 minutes and can be on site within 30 minutes. Over the past 2 years during which we've operated this property, we've had 0 complaints. We take proactive measures to ensure our STR operates smoothly. Every reservation is carefully screened to prevent parties, security cameras and noise detectors are in place, and we provided our neighbors with direct contact information in case of any concerns. According to the city's report, 4 properties generated the majority of STR complaints. This means that out of 150, 146 of us are compliant and operating responsibly. Importantly, the majority of these compliant operators are good actors, are unhosted STRs. I propose we redefine what is meant to be a hosted Airbnb operator. A hosted Airbnb operator should meet clear enforceable standards, such as being reachable by phone within 10 minutes, being available on site within 30, and providing our contact information to neighbors in the city. While I agree that STR operators' contact information should be accessible to the city and neighbors, requiring personal contact information to be publicly displayed on the exterior of homes raises significant privacy and safety concerns. Publicizing such information could expose operators to harassment or even defamation, as we've seen in heated discussions on platforms like Nextdoor. If issues arise with an STR, the cities should serve as an intermediary to provide contact details when necessary. The proposed primary residency requirement, however, threatens to dismantle Pacifica's STR program entirely. According to the city study session reports, STRs generate $2 million annually in TOT revenue for the city. Is it worth sacrificing this vital funding due to the actions of just 4 problematic properties? Rather than creating an overly restrictive ordinance, I urge you to work towards a balanced, well-regulated program that empowers responsible operators like the 146 who follow the rules and ensures compliance without stifling Pacifica's STR program. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next raised hand is for Tor Nealons.
Please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for all of your hard work on this issue and for hearing everyone tonight, including us. So as a little bit of background, my wife and I are Pedro Point residents. We've been in Pacifica since 2007, and when we moved in, 2 houses down, there was a small home occupied by a family, and then They wound up selling to an unhosted operator, and we began to experience issues like people coming up and trespassing through our properties both day and night to access the open space next to our house. We also experienced people from that STR coming up to our cul-de-sac and attempting to set off fireworks during the hottest part of the summer next to dry brush, again, the open space. So, and of course, we've spoken with our neighbors, some of whom have spoken tonight here, and have heard much worse that they've experienced. So, you know, I think for us, one of the few advantages of being old is being able to have an historic perspective. And I remember a time when zoning issues and rules were very clearly demarcated and very clearly enforced. And residential zones were for residences, neighborhoods, and businesses such as hotels were in business districts. And I think the reason for zoning is, well thought out, and there's a very strong history and reason for having these kinds of demarcations and divisions. And I would also say that I'm speaking tonight in strong support of the ordinance. I think it doesn't go far enough. I think consistent with the zoning idea that really there should be no unhosted STRs at all, as some of the other speakers have spoken to so eloquently tonight. But in the absence of that, I think the ordinance as proposed is a really good one, and we should move from 90 to 60 days, as many other speakers have advocated for. And also, I would make a pitch for having the ownerships be natural persons, not corporations or LLCs, and having local on-site people who are accountable to the community and to the city should issues arise. And to all of the folks who have spoken as owners of STRs who are responsible, that's great. But my hope would be that through this ordinance, folks who are maintaining their STRs up to very high standards would have nothing to worry about from this ordinance. And I think as a city, as a community, we want to hold ourselves to the highest possible standards to have the best quality of life. And so, again, I speak very strongly in support of this.
Thank you.
The next raised hand is for Jessica Liu.
Please go ahead.
Hi. As a local hands-on STR owner, we contribute to our community and neighborhood by donating stays at our home for local school fundraisers. Sometimes our neighbors use our home to host their family and friends, and even Thursday night girls hangout. We take pride in managing our property diligently. We respect our neighbors. They all have our numbers. We're only one phone call away. We also vet our guests strictly. We don't even allow guests under 30 years old to book our property because we love our home. So we have a spotless record with no violations, reflecting our commitment to maintaining a safe and respectful environment for both guests and neighbors. We love Pacifica. We live 10 minutes away. Pacifica's unique charm attracts visitors that hikes, surfs, golfs. STR provides essential accommodations, options that support tourism. It's a very significant source of revenue for the city. Not all STR hosts are bad. I do agree we have to weave out and have more strict, respectful regulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next raised hand is for Casa Casillas' iPhone.
Please go ahead.
Hi there. I've been listening all night, and this is Sam Casillas, by the way, so it's not just Sam Casillas. But anyway, I just want to clarify something. These are businesses, hotels, operating in residential units. So there is no such thing as a good unhosted Airbnb place. Every unhosted Airbnb is stealing from a family that could be living in that house. All the parents who are currently upset by all the school closures that are occurring, remember, those 200 unhosted Airbnbs could have families that would generate the money that would go towards keeping those schools open. I would think that some of our council members who actually work for the school would know this and be quite upset that some of these schools are closing directly because overnight, at snap of your fingers, you could generate over 200 families living in Pacifica once again and increase those numbers. On top of that, I hear some comments that, the rental crisis, the housing crisis is all over and above and beyond. Well, I can tell you, and you know this as well, everybody knows this, that Airbnb businesses come in and outbid families all the time for all the homes around here, especially in Federal Point. So I ask you, is there a good actor for unhosted Airbnbs? I don't think so. They're stealing from our community, and families who right now are upset by the closure of their schools need to understand that this is a direct cause for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next raised hand is for number ending in 9917.
Please go ahead. If you're speaking, we can't hear you. Number 9917.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Hello?
Yes, could you
Oh,
please?
fabulous.
Hi.
Good evening. Yes, it is. This is Erin Macias. I'm calling to my cell phone. I apologize.
Thank you.
Can you hear me
Yes,
clearly?
we can.
Sorry
Yes.
about that.
Yes.
Okay, I will be brief. I know it's been a long night. I also would like to first of all, thank you for all of your work on this ordinance. I know this was a huge project. I think staff did an outstanding job with the cooperation and collaboration of the council. The sheer number of people who have shown up tonight to speak in favor of an ordinance really shows us the magnitude of the problem in Pacifica. There are commenters like Brian Renero and Andy Myman and Caitlin Quinn who have made some really profound comments about, fiscal representations, platform accountability, and just quality of life issues overall from these STRs. The 60-night provision is certainly reasonable and fair. I am very much concerned over the loophole for ADUs and JADUs. Those need to be very carefully regulated so that property owners do not exploit a loophole and shift between their ADUs and their homes to operate Airbnbs with that create nuisance conditions. That's a huge issue. The intent of the ADUs and the JADUs is to create permanent housing, not to create rental. So first of all, I want to say, in closing, I'd like to say thank you very much for your work, and I hope you will take the comments made by all the parties in consideration as you work out the last little bugs of this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
There are no other raised hands.
Okay. And there are no other people coming to the podium, so therefore I'm closing public comment at 10:20 p.m. Council, do we need a little 5-minute break? Yes, I know I do. 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay. Right?
Mary pushed her button.
Beer. Okay, you were first? All right. I already have 2 lights. We're ready to launch right into work, so let me call on first Councilmember Beer, then Councilmember Wright.
Before it gets any later,
Yes.
so I think the last time that we talked about this, it was very late when we talked about inspections. I barely remember what was said because it was so late, and also the number of children. And so I really want to go back to the inspection piece because I do think it's very important that there are inspections. So I want to agree with the community on that piece for sure. And then,
Can I suggest, just to move us forward, part of the issue is that the staff wasn't always counting that we had 3 votes on something. It's could we take that issue and can we all, I don't know, it's just an idea.
You go.
What I'd like
I don't want to take
is-
away from you.
No, I love the facilitation.
If I may.
Yes, please, Madam.
I would like you to finish what you were about to say, and then we will talk about what your proposal is.
Okay.
Oh,
But
okay.
go ahead.
I like that idea. If we could talk about inspections, that'd be great.
Okay.
Let's talk about inspections.
Inspections, but you were going to say something else.
It's okay, we'll talk about that next.
Okay.
Inspections for what, besides smoke and CO2 detectors?
For the property.
Well, it's assuring, there can be a lot of things that they inspect, and we have in here inspections for unhosted. The question is inspections for hosted, which staff recommended against prior because it was extra staff time. But the point is, by doing an inspection, we're catching anything that's illegal, right, that you might not see
Like
in
numbers
a
of
drawing. Things that,
numbers of bedrooms, size of egress windows.
yeah, egress windows, we talked about with Sue Vaterless, it's a little tricky because the sill height codes have changed, but yeah, having egress windows, right, that's a basic requirement. Rooms that are bedrooms, rooms that have heat, like those poor people have reported earlier that, so basic building code life safety issues are met. We didn't talk about pools and spas, but I think those should be inspected too. Those are, again, building code safety issues.
The pools especially.
Right, yeah. And smoke detectors, fire extinguishers, things like that they have to say that are there, but
Are fire extinguishers required for residential property?
I think they are for businesses like this. I think that's a requirement that's part of our application. Yeah, so I think the city will work out what the list is for what's inspected. The question is, are we requiring inspections for both hosted and unhosted? That's the difference.
And how do we pay for it? Or how is it paid for, I should rephrase.
I think it should be paid for by the applicant, and they reimburse the city for the cost.
And so,
How do you do it?
okay, as a mechanical thing, I don't understand where that happens.
I would need to know exactly what they're inspecting before I could decide whether I am in favor of inspections or not.
Okay, so we already have a list of things that we just said: fire extinguishers, egress windows, pools and spas,
Whether a bedroom is
Heat.
really a bedroom and
legal bedrooms,
2 means of egress.
beds in hallways.
you don't need 2 means of egress in a house, but you can't egress through a garage. So I've seen some where they have bedrooms that open off a garage. So that's a building code violation.
And the
But
like.
for hotels, don't they need 2 means of egress?
What's that?
It's acting as a hotel. For hotels, don't they need 2
Well,
means of egress?
hotels do, yeah, but houses don't. And these were designed as houses, so you're going to, take out more.
That's why it
if you're
gets
gonna-
tricky.
Okay, so I'm hearing inspections for a host of things related to life safety issues. I'm hearing inspections on all STRs, not just unhosted.
Yes.
And I'm hearing at the cost of the applicant. The applicant pays the cost for the inspection. Is there something else I didn't hear on inspections? And Councilmember Wright said
The tilting
he needs
on the
to-
stove, for example?
The what?
The no-tilt device on the stove?
Oh, my gosh.
Mayor,
I don't even know what
Mayor
that is.
Beckmeyer, there's in the current ordinances drafted for unhosted STRs, there's a scope for the inspection. So we can read that for you, and then the council can decide, do you want to expand that, or do you want to just take that same scope and apply it to hosted STRs?
Thank you, City Manager. Could you refer me to packet page, please?
Numbers of children.
It's section 9-4.4904D, inspection of
9-
unhosted short-term rentals.
What was the packet page?
Packet page 62.
I have the old packet pages.
Well, there's some other page number on here, 18. Does that help you?
Oh, yeah, that's, yeah, thanks.
Okay. Health and safety inspection.
Thank you, Sarah.
Number of legally permitted
Thank you, Sarah.
bedrooms.
That's really helpful.
Oh, fire extinguishers, forgot to mention that. Okay, so we don't have pools on there.
Yeah, make sure the pool is there. And let me see what. Oh, they have smoke.
And it doesn't
Yeah,
say anything
have-
about heat.
Right. Doesn't say anything about, yeah.
Those are the other things that I heard
Heat,
tonight.
heat and light are basic building code requirements. And then also just, again, bedrooms cannot open off of a garage or a room with a water heater, things like that.
And I assume it has to be a.
Talking to your mics, I can't hear you guys.
I assume it has a window for sure, a bedroom.
Yeah. And I think that's part of legally permitted bedroom, but
Right.
if we need to say to make sure it has a compliant window, or it has to be of a certain size that you can get out.
Okay,
How about lighted ingress and egress? Because if you're not familiar with the house, you don't want people stumbling around in the dark.
wow. Think of everything. All right. So I think we've covered that point.
Right, so can we get confirmation that we have a majority of the council that agrees with that change, those additions?
Please raise your hand if you agree with that change.
If we're going to change the ordinance, I agree with that change. I'm not sure on the process yet.
Okay, well, there's 4 of us, so.
Please raise your hand if you want to see the language to make the final decision.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got it.
All right.
And if, Mayor, if I may, to Councilmember Wright's question regarding process, with any substantive changes to the ordinance, this is going to need to go back to the Planning Commission. And, so it'll be a while before it gets back to the council for review and adoption.
Okay. So, Councilmember Beer, back to you.
Oh, Councilmember Beer. Go ahead, Greg. I lost my space.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mary.
No, go ahead.
Okay, Councilmember Wright.
Okay. Back to the process question. What signifies a significant change? Would that one change that we just spoke to necessitate going back to the Planning Commission?
Correct. So generally speaking, anytime you're going to change the ordinance to something that wasn't even contemplated by the Planning Commission or discussed by the Planning Commission, then that would be a substantive change.
Okay. Is it possible to pass the ordinance as it's written and instruct staff to amend the ordinance that we just passed to include this? So in other words, can we have our cake and eat it too?
Yes, it's possible. Well, the council wouldn't adopt anything tonight. The council's only going to introduce the ordinance tonight. So tonight would be the introduction. If council wants to make changes, they can make changes prior to introduction that have been considered by the Planning Commission, so areas that are non-substantive changes. But for substantive changes, it has to go back to the Planning Commission before it's introduced.
But I guess what my question was, can we do both at the same time?
Well,
Or does it need to be re-agendized, I guess is basically my question.
Well,
Because I feel really bad for my community members who have been suffering with this, with the unintended consequences for a
Right.
really long time. And regardless of what changes we make here, I feel a sense of duty to respond to those citizens so they don't need to continue to suffer through. And then if we decide as council to immediately amend that, then that way, that whole period of waiting even longer doesn't occur.
But we're going to have to wait until
We need to have a
October for
talk
most
about
of
that
these
waiting
things.
thing.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So,
In terms of I did appreciate a lot of the commenters that said that they can show up at their property within 30 minutes. I personally prefer that to be part of I want the operator to be able to show up within 30 minutes. That would be my preference.
Not the designated responsible
Or
party,
somebody needs to be able to show up within 30.
a local,
Yeah.
to use the phrase or the word that was suggested by the public many times tonight.
Yep. And another question for Kevin. Does the license fee cover all our costs for processing those applications?
I'm sorry, no. The license fee, and I forget what it is, but it helps cover costs. The program costs a lot more to administer than what the fees pay.
Are we allowed to raise the license fee, or is there a cap on how much the license fee can be?
No, the council could consider, and I think the report talks about how when we bring back the fee schedule during budget, the council could make adjustments to what the permit fees cost at that time.
Okay. And perhaps it's better for you, Yulia, but Kevin, what is the total amount of TOT revenue generated by strictly STRs?
That, I think I'll punt that to Ms. Carter to answer, if she has that at her fingertips.
I do. So in the past, in the last 2 years, STR program generated about 1.3, 1.5 million in TOT only. So just keep in mind that, in November, Pacifica voters voted on Measure M, which increased TOT to 15%. So if we were just talking about increase for the upcoming year, not considering the changes in the ordinance, we would be looking at roughly 1.8, 1.9 in TOT generated by STRs. I hope it makes sense.
And what is, Kevin, what is our cost for administrating the STR permits, regulations?
We don't have that cost calculated. Again, I'll ask Ms. Carter to chime in on any details, but the overall cost of administering the program is not something that we have calculated. And, over the last couple of years, when we've been working on this, it would obviously be much higher than you would hope on a normal basis. But, I'll comment, there were some public comments made about HDL getting paid several $100,000. That's not the case. That might be a number that relates to all the services that HDL provides to the city, which includes property tax, sales tax, cannabis audits, business tax
license.
administration, other audits, as well as TOT compliance and STR audits. So the STR component is a very small piece of that.
Do you have any idea, just ballpark?
Currently, no, we would have to run those numbers. It's currently not very much, but under the new program, we've been having conversations with HGL about what the future cost would be to administer this complex program. It will go up significantly.
And I thought, if I'm not mistaken, I saw a number of like $100,000 increase in that cost.
I think that was Ms. Carter's estimate based on preliminary conversations, but I'll let her speak to that.
Yes, we don't have a hard cost yet, so we just started communicating with the HDL about what those new provisions would be. Again, once
Okay, because it seems to me like estimated revenue from STRs are 1.8. You take off the 1.4 that you're talking about potentially losing, and you're talking about HTL increased costs of 100,000. Now we're down to having 300,000 left, and now you take off whatever it is that HTL costs us to do that, not to mention staff time and money lost on the revenue that we're getting or lost on processing the applications and things like that. It seems like the actual benefit to the city is minuscule compared to the amount of staff time that we've put into this, the amount of time that we've put into it. I'm questioning the reasonableness of even trying to do an STR policy. What's the real benefit to the city?
Of having STRs at all?
Yes.
Allowed, you mean?
Yeah,
That's
because
the question.
I'm seeing no return.
And also what people are going through, because.
So that's just a question, something to think about. I also am wondering, Kevin, is it your opinion, or perhaps Denise, you might be better to answer this, does this policy give PPD sufficient ammunition to help us enforce this if there's problems, or like code enforcement doesn't work 24 hours a day, right?
So there's different enforcement mechanisms and processes that are involved in this program. There's compliance with all the tax aspects and business license and permit aspects. Code enforcement enforces the other property matters, and police enforces public safety matters. So they have different realms of enforcement. The enforcement provisions in this ordinance will help, but enforcement will always be very difficult for private property matters, whether it's an STR or other code enforcement matters. It's always very complicated and difficult. So this ordinance as drafted definitely helps with the enforcement means. The amount of fines that would be applied would hopefully be an incentive to bring a non-compliant operator into compliance, but it's going to be a learning curve on how that actually plays out.
Okay. Then for City Council, I have a quick question. I know on some multi-unit buildings in the city, when they have a fire alarm event, that SFFD sends a bill to the property owner for the response. I'm wondering if we would have the same ability for finding the STR operator for the cost of the police response. Is that something possible?
We currently have that type of recovery process through the loud and unruly gatherings ordinance, but that's specifically allowed by state law. Typically, fines for violations are set by the state for general law cities, which the city of Pacifica is, and so fines are very specific in what can be charged. Typically, as part of the code enforcement action, we would try to recoup the costs related to the code enforcement action, but that is, dependent upon the city succeeding in the code enforcement action and then being able to recover the cost of enforcement. So it's not an easy thing to actually receive that recovery back.
Is it more work than it's worth?
I think it depends on the case. For some cases, it's really vital to recover what the city has lost, and then others where you know that there's not going to be much recovery because the person doesn't have funds or there's no property at issue that we can lien, then it wouldn't be worth the city's time, most of those instances, to try to recover those costs.
Can you see any benefit on the application or the license renewal application to having them sign that it's okay for the sites to share information with us? And can we also additionally have them signing, understanding that we reserve the right to amend our ordinance on 30 days' notice?
So we can, for the first part, the fact that the host or operator signs that type of agreement wouldn't necessarily bind the platforms to anything, right? I mean, they're saying it's fine to share, but that doesn't require or obligate the platform to share anything, even though the operator has signed that document. To the second point, can you sign something saying that the city can change its ordinances? We don't need a signed document from an applicant to say the city can change its ordinance. The city council, in its discretion, may legislate as it sees fit. The question is whether or not the applicant would be able to raise arguments, legal arguments, that for whatever reason those new ordinances don't apply to him. And I don't think we could have that person sign away any legal arguments that they could make in the future.
Okay, and then in terms of the signage, I'm wondering, you know, I listened to the last meeting, and there was some concern that in the event there was a disruption, neighbors might feel awkward about walking up to get that signage. Is there a reason that precludes us from mailing that same QR code to neighbors within 500 feet?
No. I mean, if the city council wants to include some type of notice provision to adjacent neighbors, I mean, it doesn't have to be the QR code. It could be, you know, you just have to send notice to your adjacent neighbors that you're going to be conducting an STR at that location.
Okay.
That's something that the council could certainly include in the ordinance.
And Kevin, just roughly to the nearest 1,000 hours, about how much time has staff dedicated to dealing with the STR issue, both in support of STR operators and our citizenry?
I do not have an hour estimate on that. I can tell you that over these
Can't
last
ask questions like that.
these last 2 years, it's occupied a significant amount of time in the city manager's office, the finance department, the planning department, including code enforcement, as well as planners and the police department, and the city attorney's office as well. So it's been a significant effort.
And could you speak to your reasoning for the 90-day cap as opposed to the 60-day cap that a lot of the citizenry?
The city council discussed the cap and decided 90 days.
Okay.
And we can discuss that again.
Oh, I
I mean,
plan to.
like you're, again, yeah.
But
I want to talk about signage.
I'm going to let Greg go through his
Yeah.
questions,
Yeah.
and then I'm going to speak on something.
Just a few more. Denise, why is the implementation so slow? Or Kevin, if you have an answer to that, why can't we offer relief sooner?
This had been discussed in previous meetings, and based on those prior discussions and looking at the proposed regulations and implementations of the requirements, we tried to come up with timelines that would fit within the city's permit process, but also reasonably address the requirements of the ordinance. So that's why there is a rollout, so to speak. And of course, we have nothing to do, we can't control the Coastal Commission's certification of the ordinance in the coastal zone. That is, it's dependent on when we submit the application for the amendment and when they are able to schedule it and then make a determination.
Okay. And Kevin, can you think of any unintended consequences that we're creating with this? Or can you speak to the lost revenue piece and be clear about what potential other decisions this is going to affect?
Well, what I can say about the fiscal impact is that is very real. And it's my responsibility as your city manager to present the council with what the budget realistically will be, what the fiscal impact of program decisions is going to be. And back in August last year, I presented the same analysis. We did more detail and came out with a similar number now based on much more, minutia and facts about what we know, given the ordinance that the council has directed. So that fiscal impact's very real, and when we enter into budget development this year, we'll be building in a $500,000 for next fiscal year a deficit related to TOT revenue directly. So the policy implications of that I can't speak to specifically because it'll depend on how council prioritizes where and how the budget should be balanced.
And is it your opinion that this ordinance will protect good operators?
Well, I think we heard comments from operators that this ordinance will put good operators out of business in Pacifica. There might be other good operators that then can operate, but so I can't answer that question directly. I think it's all across the spectrum on how this ordinance will play out.
And how soon are we entitled to amend it once we see unforeseen, unintended consequences?
Well, council can amend an ordinance whenever you would like. What would be very difficult or administratively challenging is if we have an ordinance application pending to the Coastal Commission and then the council amends it in that intervening year or however long the Coastal Commission would take. That would be awkward with the Coastal Commission, but otherwise, council can make amendments whenever you would like.
Do you have any idea how quickly Coastal Commission responds to these kind of changes?
In the December report, we point out that it's not unusual for the Coastal Commission to take at least a year to review this kind of a LCP amendment, ordinance amendment. So,
thank you.
Okay, before anyone else speaks, I would like to note that it is 8 minutes to 11, and that the council rules for this city are meetings go till 11. We violate that routinely. And so I'm not really interested in going late tonight, and I'm going to lay that right out there. It doesn't seem to me like we're going to get through all these things. Councilmember Beer put it out that the last time we talked about inspections and children, she barely remembers the conversation. So I would like to address the issue of tonight's meeting closure time. My preference is 11 p.m. However, not every council member has had an opportunity to speak or raise the questions or at least put on the table the things they want to discuss at a continued meeting on this topic. So that's what I wanted to say. You haven't spoken, I haven't spoken. You haven't finished.
Very barely started. Yeah. I mean, no, we're definitely not going to finish. I'm already tired too. I think there are some changes that are going to be needed to this ordinance, and it might be good to stay a little bit, a half an hour, give staff like an idea of maybe not the details of the policies, but things that we really do want to think about and come back with. I don't know what is helpful if we're coming back for another meeting.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Would it be helpful to you if we stayed a little longer and gave you an idea of some of the issues that we want to revisit? Or should we just reschedule this for another meeting because it's already late?
Well, it would certainly be more time efficient to get all the council's direction about what additional staff work or research would be necessary to come back if there was staff work to be done for those particular issues. Otherwise, this conversation would continue, and then we would need to go do that or do that work and revisions to the ordinance and then take it to the Planning Commission before it comes back to council if it were ready at that point. In terms of timing, I'm not sure we have agenda capacity in either of the March meetings to take this up because we have some pretty critical items upcoming, the housing element being one. And so, but I would need to look and get with the mayor and look at that and see if it could be included. I mean,
it be a
given the amount of public interest and input,
Or can we have a special meeting? That's a good question.
Yes, you could have a special meeting, and it's very difficult to schedule special meetings, as we know.
But do you guys have any idea what we're supposed to discuss? Like, at least we can name them.
Oh,
But we have to extend the meeting.
there's
We're gonna-
definitely a few like bullet points I think we can hit on
Yeah.
if we
Okay.
just hit on them.
Yeah. Like,
Okay, so
could we go?
I move that we extend the meeting to 11:30 hard stop.
Okay, I'll second.
Hard stop.
All right, your second, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
With the motion to extend the meeting to 11:30 made by Councilmember Beer and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Bowles, passes with a vote of 4-1 with Wright opposed.
All right, let's go.
Okay, go, Mary.
All right.
Okay. Yeah.
Sue, you want to go? All right, well, first let's talk about the parking.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
Parking, number one.
Yes, parking.
I think that parking should be the same in both zones. So I think that outside the coastal zone, there should be one off-street parking space per legally permitted bedroom.
I agree. That's what
I agree.
Agreed.
direction we gave
Okay.
before. All right.
Boom.
go.
Now I'm going to hand it off.
Everyone raise your hand if you agree with that.
So I'm sorry, in the coastal zone and in non-coastal zone, one off-street parking space?
Per bedroom.
Per legal bedroom.
Permitted
Okay.
Permitted bedroom.
The one that had previously been.
Back to what we, council directed previously.
Yeah.
Platform accountability, I want to talk about.
How do they keep up with how many nights?
Well, I think those are questions for HDL that we're not going to
Okay.
get enough time to answer tonight. So there's been discussion, we've gotten some information from the city attorney, and platform accountability will save us money in enforcement because they can just, basically, if a unit does not have a city permit, then they should take it off of their platforms. And this applies to all platforms. So where right now we're only talking to a few, right? But there's a lot more, the Marabella Lanes, et cetera, out there that we're not working with. So the city attorney gave us language from the Santa Monica ordinance and A, B, C, D, E, and F in her comments back today. I like all of those. So maybe that's just something we talk about next time, and the city attorney can comment on.
Keep talking, go.
Okay. Okay, other issues? You want me to go to other issues?
No.
I think she wants to speak.
Oh.
One issue at a time.
Enumerate the
Okay.
issues.
Okay. Hosting platform shall be responsible for collecting all applicable TOTs is one. It goes
So
on.
in our transient occupancy tax code, we require the operator to collect the tax. So I don't think that
Okay.
specific provision will work, but there are other
Okay.
provisions in Santa Monica's ordinance that may be agreeable to the council.
Okay. B, subject to applicable laws, hosting platform shall disclose to the city on a regular basis each home sharing and vacation rental listing located in the city, the names of the persons responsible for such listing, the address, the length of stay for each such listing, and the price paid per stay. So basically, we're getting reporting from them on a regular basis so we can confirm who's staying, how much is rented, and that'll help us with our hosted versus unhosted. Do you see a problem with that, city attorney?
The language vacation rental is not a term that we have identified in our ordinance, so we have to
No,
either
this
take it
would
out or
have to
leave it in.
be massaged to conform to our current ordinance, but
Okay.
Do we have consensus on that? Oh, okay.
Still going down the list. C, hosting platform shall not complete any booking transactions for any residential property or unit unless it is listed on the city's registry, created under whatever ours is, at the time the hosting platform receives a fee for the booking transaction. So basically this, to the point about the law, we're not controlling the content of what they're putting on the website, which can be challenged. We're controlling the way they do transactions, which is a whole different law, and that has held up in courts. So again, it's helping them take illegal properties off of their websites.
So does the list of our permitted STRs constitute a registry?
So again, we would need to massage it to conform, but the city would essentially have to create a registry that could be cross-checked by a platform.
And then it goes on, hosting, I mean, some of this is, the city attorney was going to have, hosting platform shall not collect or receive a fee, direct or indirectly, through an agent or intermediary for facilitating or providing services ancillary to the vacation rental, including insurance, concierge service, catering, restaurant bookings, blah, 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 because I guess there's a lot of ways that they could make their money off of things that are illegally, so that sounds fun. There's a safe harbor, which I think would help protect us legally, potentially. And it's really up to the city attorney to.
Does it say anything about a field of where they put the permit number?
No, it does not.
Okay.
And this is, the Santa Monica ordinance is somewhat similar to the San Francisco ordinance.
So we heard a lot of public comment about, it's just a switch, just flick a switch, turn it on, no coding needed.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure how we compel the platform to do that if we're not saying anything about it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the question, whether asking them to turn on a button constitutes asking them to make, content on their website. I mean, it's really a verification of a number. It's not content. So I mean, I don't know if, I mean, it is easy for them, and so then it's always in the same place, right? But you're checking.
But I don't think they're in the business of making it
for them.
easy.
I'm not a platform.
Okay.
So I
only
don't
know from Airbnb
and I'm
it's
not,
easy.
not going to try to pretend that I am. But what I will say is that the Santa Monica provisions were reviewed by a court and upheld. So if the council would like to direct our office to massage those provisions and include them, then that can be a change that can be made.
Okay. Yes, raise hands. Okay, and the one thing that's not on here that I know San Francisco has are fines. So, I mean, can we fine them if we find that they are advertising something that doesn't have our permit number?
Yes.
Okay, so I'd like that to be considered too, right? We need to make our money back.
Okay.
Yes.
Right, they'd become subject to the ordinance, and so the fines,
Are
not necessarily the larger STR fines, because those have to deal with health and safety, but other general fines, yes.
Okay.
Somebody else can go on looking through my notes.
All right. Why don't we talk about the number of nights?
Yes. That's important.
That certainly was a big point.
So I'm the one who suggested 90. Everyone else, I think 3 of you at the time, including Tiger, who's gone, were suggesting 60. And I think Sue Vaterlas was questioning whether we should have limits at all. And so the 90 was kind of a compromise. Now, when I was thinking 90, I was thinking someone taking a summer break, right, going on sabbatical and renting their home for that amount of time. I didn't think about it in terms of 45 weekends of people visiting. So, and it's a little bit of a difference in revenue generation to the city. But I'm okay going to 60 if that is still what you all want.
For some reason, I'm having a hard time with it, just because it already has to be there, or they're registered. It's getting late.
I know.
So we can just say
Say
we'll
that again.
revisit that if you want to.
What'd you say?
we can just say we'll revisit that, but that's something that we want to bring back.
Put it on the list of things we're going to talk about when we come back.
Okay.
Shall we do that?
Mm-hmm.
All right. The issue of a natural person came up multiple times. And on packet page 52, we talk about defining a responsible party shall mean a natural person over the age of 18. So I think I'm not sure, I think it's somewhere else in the ordinance that we're defining a person as a corporation and an LLC and a lot of other things. And I think that was because that was the owner, the definition of an owner versus the operator. Is that possible?
So, Director Updegrave, do you want to take this, or do you want me to do it?
Can you repeat? I just want to make sure there's two places.
There's two places where we refer to people, responsible parties, natural person. And I'm looking at packet page 52, which has another page number 8 on it, and it is in the table referring to the definition of number 3 on that table, definition 9.4.4901, and responsible party.
Yes, so the Planning Commission recommended adding natural person for the designation of the responsible parties. That's also in the red line copy of the ordinance.
And then there's another place in the definitions section.
Yes, the definition of person.
Maybe. Operator means a person who has applied for a short-term rental. That's item I. And then J, person means natural person, corporation, business trust, estate trust, partnership, limited liability company, association, or other entity.
No.
And I wrote no.
Yeah.
So,
in the margin of my book, but I have a feeling that's going to be a problem.
No, but there's been some language given to us too. It says, require that STR operators who must all prove primary residency, which is what I meant to say just a few minutes ago.
Okay.
Be natural persons, not corporations, trusts, LLCs, estates, and partnerships.
So, and the responsible party change from just person to natural person by the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission, as I understood it, felt that it needed to be a natural person because it was an obligation where somebody would need to respond, potentially need to respond personally to a complaint through a phone call or in person. So the Planning Commission felt that that needed to be specific to a natural person, but the definition of person includes corporate entities, other business entities, and those types of entities can be an operator.
No. But I thought we didn't want that.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we were trying to avoid.
Right.
Yeah. We don't want them, we don't want big corporations coming in.
Right. Operator means the person who has applied for the short-term rental permit. And then we define person as a corporation. So the operator could be the corporation.
Correct.
So how could the operator live there?
If they're
How can a corporation live there?
I'm sorry, what?
How can a corporation live there?
That's discussed in the primary residence section. There's an allowance for how a corporate entity can establish that it's a primary residence. Basically, and as I've explained before, there are entities that hold property. That's allowed in California. It's very common to have a trust hold a property or a corporate, an LLC. So it is, that is something that will happen in the ownership of property. And so we've provided a way that the officers of the corporate entity or partners, whatever, can establish the residence as a primary residency.
I think we're going to need to bring this back when we're more awake. Yeah, and maybe we need a definition of natural person separately, and I mean, I did find, Marin has one where they define a natural person as a human being. The term natural person does not include legal entity of any kind. So I know corporations have certain rights, but are they natural persons? You know, do they count for the person who has to respond? Maybe they count for ownership, but do they have to count for operator? I don't know. I'd really like to pursue that.
Isn't that the difference that we're talking about, is the difference between ownership and operator?
My thought it was that the operator is the person who will be taking the phone call. Not necessarily had to be the owner.
Right. The natural.
But that person might be a local, we want it to be a local person. So,
Not just the phone call, we want them to show up.
right, if they have to.
Right. So the way these definitions are linked to each other, I hear what you're saying. It's the person who takes the phone call and the person who shows up in 30 minutes' time, right?
That's the
And
operator.
it says, means the person who has applied for the short-term rental. So when I read just that, I go, yeah, the person, the human being that answers the phone and then comes out in 30 minutes' time or less, if needed. But immediately the next line down, the definition of a person is now not a human being. It is potentially a corporation, right? So we've got to work on that.
Yeah.
And I like what you said, Christine, about the Marin County definition. Perhaps there's a way we can add clarity.
Yeah, so there's a difference between an owner and an operator.
Because if the company doesn't live here, they can hire somebody to be the operator.
But if it's,
But it's
Right.
supposed to be primary residence.
right, that's the issue.
Right.
So I think we need to come back because it's complicated and maybe the city attorney needs to think about it. But yeah, that was always our intention, to not have corporations own and own multiple ones.
Right.
ADUs, I'd really like to kill that policy.
Wait, before we move off of that, so do I have direction from a majority of council members to add the definition of natural person? Or does council want to do something different?
I thought we wanted to bring it back and discuss it more later.
But I
Was
think
what I
if
was
we
hearing.
get the definition, we will know what we're talking about. That's important.
And
Yeah, like not including an LLC as an operator. I don't understand, yeah.
Yeah, as an operator, I agree, it has to be a natural person. Owner, I don't care who holds the paper, but the operator has to be a person.
Right.
And so the residency, so I guess what we need clarity on then is if we give a more specific definition to natural person, how do we relate that human being to, or how do we define and relate that person or whoever the operator is to the residency? I think that's the part that we're not understanding exactly. At least I'm not.
So the ordinance currently doesn't define owner. It deals with, it regulates a person who operates a short-term rental. And a person can be, as we've discussed, a corporate entity. The operator has to show proof of primary residency, and they have to show, if they're not the owner of the property, they have to show permission by the owner. But the owner may not factor into the short-term rental operation.
Because like you said, Myra, they could hire someone. It
can
could be a what did you say, a corporate officer?
It could
For
be a corporate
example.
officer, correct.
The reason I'm concerned about this is it feels like there's opportunity for a loophole of some kind to get, yes, exactly. And that's my concern. I want to figure out, tighten our definition in such a way that it's less likely.
Well, it's like if we're gonna have non-unhosted, we would like them to hire an operator who is local, we call them, or somebody call them, and they can show up in 30 minutes? and not necessarily had to be the corporation or the owner of the property. It could be somebody else that they hire.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
could we ask the city attorney if she could restate what she thinks she's hearing us say the problem is?
Yes, we may.
Well, I'm sorry, I was trying to find the requirements for the application, so I wasn't quite listening intently as I should have. So what I heard was that there is a desire to have, I think, the operator be morphed into the responsible party obligation. So right now, we have an operator who can operate an STR, but sometimes that operator is not going to be available. So a responsible party is also required to be designated. The responsible party has to be available when the STR is in operation and the operator is not available. But it sounds like council wants just one obligation for the operator to be constantly available.
No, I don't think that's realistic, because people, I mean.
Yeah.
Well, that's why the responsible party was sort of created, that there could be
right.
situations where the operator is either not in town or whatever, but the responsible party is sort of a fallback.
I see. Okay.
I think we just basically still don't like the corporate language in here for being able to apply for short-term rentals. And I think just having seen it stated so clearly that they are allowed is really troubling.
Right, but because corporations and trusts own property, we can't legislate that away, whatever our definition.
Right.
Is what I'm hearing. Am I correct in that, city attorney?
I can't tell you what to do. Council gets to decide how they want to legislate. So the council gets to make these decisions. I can make recommendations as a city attorney. The city manager can make recommendations, but council ultimately gets to make that decision.
Okay. So I want to look at the Marin County definition, not tonight, not right now, but the definition that you brought forward, Christine.
person?
Uh-huh. And I'd like to look at that definition in terms of and how it relates or doesn't to our section 9-4.4901J.
All right, and I did find that section, so it's 9-4.4903C that talks about how primary residency needs to be shown if it's a person, if the person is a corporation, business trust, estate, et cetera. The managing member of the company, the officer of the corporation, the trustee, et cetera, would have to have the site as their primary residency.
We have 10 more minutes. Can we move on?
Yes, let's do.
So ADUs, I'd like to delete that option to have someone live in their ADU and rent out their house. I mean, it just encourages people to buy properties with ADUs, not necessarily live there, and then rent out the house all year long, right? Because it counts as hosted.
So the way it's defined here, it does, but I don't consider that hosted. Because I think our intent, my intent with a hosted STR is you're in the four walls of the building that is being rented out on a short-term basis. So if you're in the ADU in the backyard, you're not in the same structure. And therefore, it doesn't, you might own it. And that's the thing that I was tonight when Director Updegrave brought that forward, I went, oh, there something about the way ADU law is defined is where this came from. That's why it's in there. Even we didn't ask for it, but it's clarifying that. And
But we've banned, I mean, otherwise we've banned short-term rentals and ADUs. So I'm not sure what more we're gaining by having this particular language.
yeah, do we need it? That's the real question. Are we required under the state ADU law is your contention that we are? That's my question.
You know, my thought is that that is how we will have to implement it. And I am happy to do more research on that and bring back a more definitive answer. And anytime we can be clear about what is allowed, particularly around ADUs, it really benefits the public, decision makers, you know, and people that are implementing it. But I'm happy to do more research on that. And just the concern is that we can't add additional restrictions to the residential use based on the presence of an ADU.
Right.
And so, but I'm happy to do some more digging on that.
Okay, that would be helpful. Because I can't believe we're not the only city with,
No, and I haven't
Right.
seen that on any other city's policies that I've looked at. So
yeah, so we need to figure that out. That's important. That's a really important one. I would like to, this is a sidebar, I mean, it's not, you know, urgent, but I feel like we, in our, as I look at the ordinance whereases, we haven't really made a whereas about the impacts to residential neighborhood character resulting from the operation of lodging businesses in areas zoned for residential uses.
Yeah, I agree.
So that was just my scribbly
That's for
whereas,
specification for-
but
Yeah.
it feels like we've, you know, we've talked about the benefits that they can provide, but we haven't talked about the problems they can create. And I feel like if I'm going back to, I think, the quarry situation, when we were talking about findings or stipulations in the resolution, I think, where we had to make sure we had the specific facts delineated. And since this ordinance is becoming so restrictive, it feels like we need to have whereases in here that explain why it needs to be restrictive.
Yeah.
So that's just the first one I thought of, and I didn't give it a lot of thought, but that was just the one that I threw in.
No, I agree.
I have a question on packet page 59, item O, where it's a red line addition, single-family attached homes are not included in this definition, in the definition of single-family dwelling unit. Is this a townhome or a condo? Single-family dwelling unit means a building designated for or used to house not more than one family, including all necessary employees of such family. Single-family attached homes are not included in this definition. Why is that inserted?
So the Planning Commission added that in conjunction with, on the previous page under line F. So within the zoning ordinance itself, multifamily development is typically, it is defined currently as 3 or more units, so it doesn't include like attached single-family homes. Within the short-term rental ordinance, the direction was to regulate 2 or more.
Thank you.
Within, for the purposes of STRs only, as multifamily dwellings.
Yes.
Or multifamily development. And so the Planning Commission wanted to add the examples of, you know, including duplex, triplex, and attached units, inclusive of attached single-family dwellings. And so because they made that change there, they also made the change under the single-family definition so that they match and are saying the same thing. And these differ from the definition of multifamily and single-family that are applicable in the rest of the zoning ordinance for other provisions.
Single-family attached homes. Okay.
A single family can be a complex that has 4 units. It's considered a single family.
Right. I
If it's
remember.
more,
As a townhouse.
then it will be multifamily.
So it's townhomes or condos, maybe?
Condos and townhomes are multifamily.
Oh.
But I'm talking about a
No.
fourplex.
I think, condos and townhouses, we decided were single family because they're owned.
Oh, they are, yeah, but
Right.
they're,
Even though they're connected.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. That clarifies it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We didn't talk about children under 12. I'd still like to talk about that sometime, maybe not now.
How about 2 per adult?
2 children per adult?
Yeah.
I won't say 3 because what happens if you have 3 kids? 3.
So what are you saying? 3?
2 adults and 1 and 3 kids. I mean, anybody can have 3.
For how many bedrooms?
But each unit can have like 8 adults, so.
8
Right, so you have to
8?
think, well,
There-
you have to think about the number, 2 people per bedroom. Right, so I think you have to think about the totals and not just
the
a
total,
family
okay.
with one
I
person
think it's 12 the
necessarily.
total. Is that
I
right?
think our staff is going to say something.
Yeah.
I was, and I think that there should be care taken to not be regulating family size. And so there's been a lot of state law changes about what constitutes family, what constitutes a household. And so I just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah.
That there's been a lot of changes in the last 2 years on that to help prevent discrimination against different family types.
Okay, so
we allowed-
we need to put this on our list and come back to the children issue, because it is 11:27.
But other than that, but it could be a health and safety issue to have too many people in one room.
Exactly, yeah. I think we need to talk about it some more.
So we put that on our list to talk about at our next meeting, which is at a date uncertain at this point, a continuation of this.
And a continuation, so we can continue in the business and not necessarily have to take public comment, right?
Correct. That's my understanding. I spoke with the city clerk about that earlier.
Okay, yeah. And I still have some other things.
But I'd like to
Those are the major
make sure that we get city attorney's input on that, because when I spoke to that issue, I was not aware that there would be changes to the ordinance of this magnitude that were being considered.
But they're not necessarily bringing back a draft ordinance, right?
Right, we're
next
going to
time.
continue the hearing to a date uncertain. The council has conducted the public hearing, the public comment portion of the hearing, and so the council can continue deliberations at that meeting. It is always within the council's discretion to make a different decision, but the council has taken public comment on this particular public hearing. So it wouldn't need to be done at that meeting.
Okay.
So we just need to continue it to a date uncertain? Or do we want to specify a date?
We can't specify a date at this point, a date uncertain. And I do want to, and I didn't want to do it this way, I didn't want it to be rushed. I want to acknowledge the passing of Luigi,
Yeah.
who really was so meaningful for so many families, including my own. And hope that we'll have an opportunity to have a more full discussion and acknowledgement, appropriate acknowledgement. But I'd like to adjourn the meeting in his honor and memory.
Do we need to vote to continue?
Yes, we do.
I propose that we continue the meeting to a date uncertain.
Second.
The hearing, continue the hearing.
Right.
Second.
Please vote.
Okay, with the motion to continue the meeting to a date, the public hearing to a date uncertain made by Mayor Beckmeyer and seconded by Councilmember Beer, passes unanimously.
Meeting adjourned at 11:29.